you hear me? Hmm. All right. So, where's the background music? It wouldn't be it wouldn't be right if it wasn't a little bit scuff in the beginning, right? Hmm. Hey Zeb, how you doing? Don't mind me, I'm trying to figure out why my background music isn't on for some reason. It's like you can hear everything except you can hear everything going on in the office. Oh God, yes, right. That puzzle game. That was a thing. I'm not saying exactly what kind of thing I think it is, but it was definitely a thing. Nah, I mean it was interesting. Kind of mind bendy, but it was still interesting. Okay, what if I do this? That shouldn't do anything though. Yeah, see, that's not right. The music doesn't sound right. It kind of sounds like it's being pumped through a tin can. That's because it is, effectively. Hang on one sec. That is so wild that you can actually hear me thumping on the touchpad. Like, oh, no, you know what it probably is? It is sound conduction from the desk. Yeah, sorry about that. Um, so there was an interesting issue that I discovered with OBS. You know how they have two different types of noise suppression filters that you can attach to the audio source? the quote unquote good noise suppression, the R, which is the RNN noise um, module, or the not as good, well, the other one, the RNN noise actually filters out part of my voice. So if I'm speaking too lowly, my voice register is apparently so low that it thinks it's part of the background noise. And so it kind of filters part of that out. So I had to switch up. But then that also means that there's like less noise reduction. And so you hear more of the stuff kind of going around me. I thought that was actually pretty funny. But that's why if you listen to like some of the other VODs from prior to yesterday, when I'm doing stuff like even when I'm like close by and I'm like even doing things like just as simple as like an ada ada, like all of a sudden it's like you'd hear part of that get cut off. Like how you guys were joking yesterday about I didn't quite catch that. Can you say that again? Can you say that again? I actually thought Lumi was joking when she was telling me that everything after her name was getting cut off. So it was just, yeah, for free. So there's one just for you, Zeb. So, hey, Zeb. Hada, hada. Sorry, let me do that again. Hey, Zeb. Hada, hada. So, there you go. Only thing is, there's way too much noise when the HVAC kicks in. And what is going on with the music? Alright, hang on a second. Okay, can you hear that yet? No, cannot. Damn it. Why is it not working today for some reason? Wait, did I freeze? Huh. What happened? I'm still live, right? Let me try switching to a different thing and see what this looks like. It's YouTube music. Hey, Lumi, how you doing? Don't mind me at the moment. I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on. My YouTube music is acting like a pain. Okay, definitely. Go grab a bite and come back. I am currently fighting with OBS, trying to get YouTube to play music properly. Okay, so why the heck is it set to this? There you go. Stupid computer. Yeah, it switched the YouTube music to monitor only. So I could hear it in my headphones, but I wasn't hearing it on stream. Sons of bitches, what the hell? Sons of damn it. Okay, that's better. Okay, really? See, that's some bogus shit. Now, okay, and I guess it's also kind of ironic because I don't know if you guys have heard of Nutty. He's a streamer, but he also does a lot of YouTube videos about how-tos and stuff like that, about setting up your channel and things like that. He's got a lot of cool stuff, but most of his stuff is PC-based, so I can only really just kind of use his stuff as reference, but I pretty much have to work it out myself, being on Mac and all that. But he mentioned about backing up OBS and making sure OBS is backed up properly. So because occasionally it will just lose its brains. So I am thinking that is a sign that I had better start backing certain things up. Now, I do have a, what do you call it? I have a plugin that I use called Source Copy that lets me actually save scenes, save sources in scenes, so that I can actually, it makes it easier to move scenes between profiles and, like, you know, different sets and stuff like that. So it's kind of cool. So yeah. And that's the same thing that I actually want to do because of the fact that the YouTube, I don't know, sometimes it feels like the YouTube thing is a little bit, well, besides it being occasionally laggy and starting and stopping, which happens rarely, it's mostly the ads that I don't like. So one of the things that I kind of got in as my bright idea, you know, is like, hey, I have Ableton. I've got a couple of sound packs. I like making music. You know, why don't I try making a couple of lo-fi tracks that I can use, and therefore, since I'm the author, I can go ahead and use it perfectly fine. And it's also all local. So I'm going to experiment and play with that. I mean, I wanted to do that specifically so that I could actually have music for those meditation exercises and stuff that I do. So, yeah, I dabble with a lot of stuff. I won't exactly say I make music yet or right now-ish. I dabble. I dabble with lots of different things. So, I play with music right now. I am not sure if I am good enough to do. I mean, what kinds of things would you be looking for? Because, you know, again, you're talking to a complete amateur here that's still approaching hobbyist level, I guess. Or I guess you could say beginner hobbyist level. So, I mean, guess it just kind of depends. For right now, I'm going to experiment with some very pre-canned tracks. Okay, so check this out. This was like a really interesting thing. So on YouTube, I kind of found these things as I was kind of looking for, music composition, because I love studying music theory. I mean, that is just, it's all math, really. If you look at it, it's math, all the different relationships and stuff. And yeah, I mean, I've taken music since I was a little kid, so not consistently, but I started playing violin and piano at a young age. And so, I mean, I'm not a stranger to, music or anything like that, playing instruments or reading music, stuff like that. Well, I mean, just the relationships between the sounds, like all the chords and everything else. It's basically, if you really kind of look at it, the scales and all that other stuff, scales, chords, the way that all the keys work, they're just simple mathematical ratios. It's like if you can count, you can actually make decent chords. So it's not difficult math. Not until you start getting really, really technical. But at that point, that's getting into the more esoteric stuff anyway. So it's not really something you normally have to worry about. But oh yeah. So anyway, when I was starting to look at trying to make my own lo-fi tracks, what I wanted to do, well, because like I said, I wanted to create my own lo-fi tracks so that instead of this, I've been using the same DCMA free thing from YouTube, but it's kind of wearing on me because it's like the same thing over and over and over, and then like I said, the ads and all that stuff. So that's why I kind of got the idea to do it. And as I was looking at stuff on YouTube, there's these, here's how you can make money, like, making tracks and stuff. And I looked at like 4 of these different videos, and they all are like, okay, so go generate these AI tracks and then make some generic, like, AI kind of graphic and stuff on it, and then post it up and publish it, and then you'll start raking in money from it. And I'm like, okay. Now, obviously, as a money-making thing, that there's like a whole lot of flaws to begin with. But what I thought would be cool, and what I thought was useful about that, is I could actually go ahead, so instead of kind of trying to come up with something completely from scratch, I could go ahead and generate a few AI tracks and then use that for inspiration, for the basis of creating my tracks based on inspiration I get from listening to the generated tracks. Kind of like the way that, presumably you think that you should use, a lot of people think that you should actually use art AI, right? Use that as kind of like a foundation, like an inspiration for your own work. Not just make the work, make an AI and then, maybe tweak a color or two, fix the hands, and then call it a day and say, hey, I made this, But so I generated a few, and I forgot which AI generator that I used and stuff. So I generated some stuff, and predictably the music that the AI generated was pretty bland and stuff, but I thought it was actually a pretty good starting point for a couple of different things. Now, I obviously can't use it like directly as is, because there's even licensing stuff on the AI music and stuff, but I did decide that I would use that as a possible basis for, for the rhythms and stuff that I use, like, kind of take parts of their chord setups, kind of mix it up a little bit with my own progression, my own melody and everything. At least that's the idea. We'll see how that actually works in practice. But so I mean, that's ultimately where I want to kind of go until like I actually start getting like maybe until I get my own inspiration and kind of come up with stuff. I mean, I do have tunes that occasionally pop into my head and stuff, which are like, okay, cool. I definitely want to play with that. So, but also in the meantime, I think, like I said, in picking up different instruments and stuff like that for Ableton, some different plugins and everything. There's also some loop. I bought like a few lo-fi starter kits, starter loops and everything, and I'm like, okay, you know what I mean? For using on stream, something, you know, more or less original, you know, I mean, as original as using like a prepackaged, like, you know, pieces can be. I figured why not use that as a starting point, because then at least I could actually have the music locally on my computer and I don't have to worry about trying to, you know, pipe it through YouTube or Spotify and then have to worry about ads or my internet connection or anything like that. So even if it is, like I said, kind of generic, or, well, generic in the sense that, okay, like I said, it's using like all those pre-built things, but I figure, hey, why not? At least as a start for a practice. So that's where that's what I will do as I kind of get a chance to start playing with this more. So there's a whole lot of different things that I want to go ahead and do with stream. And go figure. It's like I've got my hands in all these, well, I've got all these irons in the fire. Totally about to mess up that analogy. I had all my hands in the fire on the irons. Wait, no, that's not right. But you guys know what I mean. Hey, I will make it so that that it will be available for you guys to use as well if you want. How about that? I mean, I kind of had that idea to do that in the first place. I wanted to make my own, like, hey, here's like a thing that you can use for streamers, like here, totally DCMA free, or I'm sorry, DMCA free. And feel free to just use this on stream or whatever else. I thought of throwing it up on YouTube and everything, and I'll still put it up on YouTube. But then also, like I said, I want to have something I can use locally, because YouTube and ads are just, they're just a thing. And especially for my friends and, like, you know, my quote unquote support group, my VTuber group. It's like, yeah, I just want to go ahead and share it directly with you guys. That kind of thing. You know what I mean? Without, you know, everybody else, it's like, yeah, sure, go through YouTube. Incentivize it, yeah, not a problem. But, you know, again, like the peeps, you guys, and I probably shouldn't have admitted this on, like, you know, maybe I should wipe this off the VOD. You heard nothing. There was nothing. You heard nothing. There was nothing. Nothing to see here. Move along. These are not the droids you're looking for. But, well, no, you guys, it's okay. I'm talking about people who listen to the VOD later. You heard nothing. Nah, just kidding. It is what it is. Whatever. It'll work out. I'm not sweating a damn thing. Except the stupid chair that still needs lube. This is so odd. Ever since I started hanging out on Lumi's streams, like watching her and everything, because like she builds a lot of keyboards and stuff. I mean, I swear to God, it's like she spends most of her time on stream lubing her switches. Sorry, lubing the switches. I'm sure they're very happy about that, but hey, of course, I mean, that's all part of the hobby, right? If you're going to go that complete do-it-yourself route, that's like the best way to do it. So I hear. Yes, the switches get cranky when they're not lubed. It chafes. And yes, that's right. They make for good clicky clicks, Although too much lube, well, much has the reverse effect. Too much lube is not a good time. It has to be just right. Comb. What up, Bez? How's it going? I was just complaining about OBS. Well, I was past OBS and complaining now about YouTube. Or something like that. Revealing the grand plan or something along those lines. Yes, we were also just talking about lube. Like you do. Oh, hey, congrats. So you survived hell. Good deal, good deal. Watch out for that pothole. Oh wait, what happened? Oh, okay. So, today, for story time, so I did, as you may have already guessed, so that's, oh, yeah, okay, that's also one thing. Like George of the Jungle, watch out for that tree. Nah. Deer, squirrel. Okay. So this morning, I talked to Ed and Ron. Yes, please do make it an emote. Just because it needs to be an emote. Slippery keys. Or switches. Or something. Anyway. So I was talking to Ed, and I related the story of how I ran into a fan of the book series. And he got a kick out of it. He thought it was actually very cool. Made me a provisional PR person, apparently. So please, everybody, buy the books. No. So on behalf of the Kirin Rise team, Zeb, thanks. Oh, did they? Yeah, see? He's watching. I'm actually not sure who on the team is doing the Twitter. It might actually be Ed. I hope it's Ed. Because otherwise they're gonna probably question, like, does he really have permission to do this? Although I'd imagine that whoever's actually doing the Twitter would have at least checked that, why, yes, as a matter of fact, I do have permission. So, when they follow you, earlier today after you retweeted about the Kirin Rise? Or was this a while back? Oh, nice. Yeah, it was probably Ed. He has that kind of time. I told him about how you kind of fangirled over like secondhand starstruckness thing, and like I said, he thought it was cool. And Ron was just like, wow, that is so cool. So yeah, thought I'd share that with you and everything. You know, they were happy that they're happy that you liked the books. Thought it was great. And I think that Ron was checking to make sure that the hardcovers were going to be available on Amazon. So just so you know. And that being said, I gotta stop doing that. Oh, I don't have that on the Switch. So I have. Unfortunately, I didn't get a decent background for this. Ron actually gave me, because you've never actually been to any of the conventions where you've actually seen the Kirin Rise booth, have you, Zeb? You just saw them and learned of them on from Amazon, right? So these are some of the posters that we used to sell at the conventions, at the different Comic Cons and everything. So these were like pretty much con only exclusives that you could get. You know, they're not really available anywhere else. And also, he gave me a couple of extras that from 2020, like a little bit of the new branding and everything. So these are things that are also, some of these are unpublished and haven't been seen before now publicly. So hey, I thought I'd kind of throw a little bit of an extra bit here. So yeah, that's the illustrator Ron Langtu. Again, I know these guys well. And I think one thing that I was going to do, I mean, right now there's just the posters in here, but I didn't get a chance to finish resizing the chapter or the art from the book. So these are just the con posters that are on here right now, just like a small spattering of them. Oh, flip that back on. There you go. Cool. I wanted to get a background, but it just wasn't really working right. Yeah, the Fight Like a Girl. I'd actually tried using this as a background, but it just wasn't kind of coming up right. But anyway. So that being said, I've obviously got permission to do this, and I think that for the ongoing Thursday night storytime ASMR, I am going to be reading from the Cast of Shadows, because another thing that I'd also said with when I was talking to Ed, that I'm actually going to be recording these as well, and I was going to edit them into a rough draft of an audiobook, and kind of, at least for this first few chapters or whatever, I would put together a sample. And so if you liked it, possibly going to turn this into a full audiobook of Cast of Shadows. So we'll just have to kind of see how that works out. Cool. I am glad you like. I will pass that on to Ron. Let me do one more real quick thing here before I get started. I'm going to add I'm at least going to add like a title to the background of this. So, and put the Twitter and stuff for Kirin Rise on here. Being unofficial PR, so I need to make sure I throw a proper plug up. Hey Vin, how's it going? How was your day? I think the size is a little large. I'm going to try to make a proper background by next week's reading time, so this doesn't look so scuffed. But again, I just want to at least make sure that I've got something for the guys, since again they were gracious enough to let me read this. Hey, glad that you had a good time today. This should be good enough. It's a little bit boring, a little bit scuff, but that's okay. books. Plus, with the slideshow and the actual title or the book cover, there's not really a whole lot of room for anything else. So that was by design. I planned that. But anyway, so 44 minutes in. Also, I am going to actually be reading from an actual paper book. So, hey, guess what? Book ASMR. This is like, actual reading. Well, not from an ebook or anything like that. So, like, the whole page turning and everything else. So, we have everything in this, everything for the stream here today. But so real quick before I get started, I am going to make sure that I refill my water. Well, I'm going to hydrate first, then refill the water, and then come back and get started. Sound good? So give me one quick moment. And I'll just kind of leave this here. I'm just going to mute and be right back. All right. Are you guys all settled? All ready to hear our story? So this is Kirin Rise, The Cast of Shadows, by Ed Cruz, illustrated by Ron Lingtu. Available on Amazon. Visit us at kirinrise.com. Preface. Ego and greed have been man's shortcomings since the dawn of civilization. Rarely have these vices been more prevalent than in the United States. At the end of the 20th century, this once great country stood at the forefronts of industry and military might. Resilient through generations, it finally succumbed to its ills. Government corruption and corporate greed ran rampant while society had achieved the ultimate state of apathy. All of this overwhelmed the country, destroying it from within. The economic collapse in the early 21st century created an embittering gap between the upper and lower classes. The middle class was all but eliminated, as masses of society lived in dire circumstances. Those hardest hit sought ways to escape their world and ease their situations. Rising from society's woes was the United Federation of Mixed Fighting, UFMF. It exploded in popularity and absorbed the fan bases of all major sports. In a mere 20 years, the UFMF dominated the entertainment center in the United States. It franchised its way into every aspect of society and helped to bring the world of the Roman gladiators back into current times. Society had lost its humanity, but no one had examined the chaos to ask, how did we allow this to happen? Each season of the league runs for 6 months, as brutality and carnage replaces sportsmanship and teamwork. Each fighter fiercely tries to gain the attention of sponsors, peppering each match with added brutality to score extra points. At year's end, those who qualify are invited to the main event, known as the Dome. It is the most popular and inhumane sporting event in the modern era. The Dome is the ultimate test of skill and endurance, a single round-robin tournament of blood and destruction that will leave one standing as victor. Corporations invest heavily in their fighters, greedy men gamble their souls, and the masses gather religiously to watch this weekend event. Martial arts are an afterthought, as the laws governing the country force regulation upon the schools. Expensive franchise tags and unjust sanctions created by the government and influenced by the deep pockets of the UFMF have blanketed the country. The majority of martial arts schools have been eliminated, forcing a handful of schools to exist in secrecy. These few bastions of ancient arts ignore the laws and sanctions and defy the will of the UFMF. In truth, all it takes is one. One person, one voice, one single action to rattle the cages around us. The strength of this dominating machine will soon be put to the test. So how's the volume? Can you guys hear me okay with the music and everything? Do I need to adjust anything? We all good? Cool. Okay, hang on, I can adjust the music a little bit and turn that down a touch. Is that better? Okay, good. Chapter 1. My name is... Current date, Friday, January 2, 2032. Deja vu. The third match of the night ended the way the crowd had expected, in a bloodbath. The crowd remained unsettled, their uneasiness due to the anticipation of the unanswered question, what was the final score? It wasn't enough to just win a fight, you had to do it in style. The last contestant did not fare well. He lay limp and covered with blood in the ring. A single medical staffer and his assistant were in the ring examining him, but little effort was given to his overall well-being. The staffer's main concern was to evaluate the severity of damage and send it to the judges for final calculations. His assistant's job was to drag the fighter from the ring so they could continue on with the next match. After several minutes of examining the fighter, the staffer entered some numbers in his tablet and motioned to his assistant. With little empathy, the single assistant dragged the fighter from the ring like a sack of potatoes. He seemed annoyed at his duties, appearing to lay blame on the fighter for his circumstance. At once, several attendants rushed in diligently to clean the ring for the next match. More care was given to the inanimate object than to the human life. The crowd grew weary waiting for the final score to flash above. Many anticipated how many credits would be exchanged between their wins and losses. The public had grown accustomed to such brutality and lost sight of what was important. They were more concerned with their pockets and less so with the fighter's life. The score flashed brightly above the ring, illuminating the eyes of the spectators like fireworks. A wave of reaction spread throughout the arena. High fives were flying and crowds cheering, while others realized how much they had lost. Mixed emotions filled the stands within seconds. Meanwhile, the fighter had served his purpose and was discarded on the street like trash. The action demonstrated to the masses that their worth was close to nothing. This kept them subdued and manageable, while remaining unaware of the meaning of such actions. Compassion for one's fellow citizen had disappeared over the past decades. The first Saturday of every month, the uninitiated got a chance to fight for the big boys. The locals appropriately named this event Chum Night, because those foolish enough to sign the waiver ended up as shark bait. Once they were tossed into the ring against the professionals, they were eaten alive. The pros showed no mercy and were happy to collect their paychecks and destroy their prey. The local people cared little for the well-being of the uninitiated, entertained by the slaughterfest, drinking in excess, and gambling beyond their means, all perfect distractions from reality. Chum Night had come a long way from its illegal past, no longer confined to the shadowy basements of rundown buildings and crime-run enterprises. With everyone hit by hard times, the organizers saw their opportunity, and it became a legitimate, thriving event. People needed to be entertained, and the United Federation of Mixed Fighting UFMF season was still a good 5 months away. While this was looked upon as a preliminary event, that did not stop it from being standing room only. It was a typical night with a lineup card of 6 fighters. Each fighter has his own reason for getting into the ring. The romantic belief in hopes and dreams being fulfilled was an easier sell for the motivation behind the madness. The truth was, and always has been, that money was what fueled their fire, especially during these times. The fighters knew the odds were heavily stacked against them, but foolish hope made everyone believe that he could be the one. Tough times harbor desperation, and there was never a shortage of fighters to fill those slots. If it was not for the money, why would anyone be foolish enough to risk everything? The rules were simple. Just survive 3 rounds, and you took home a year's worth of pay. It was an irresistible temptation. Since Chum Night began, there had been a handful that came close to achieving this dream, but all had fallen short of the goal. The ones who were put to the hospitals and later walked away were considered lucky. The majority were left broken and scarred, their lives becoming far worse. Chum Night was designed for one thing: to suck in the foolish and spit out the remains. The 4th match was about to begin. The ring was already stained with blood, sweat, and the reminiscence of dreams. For Mr. Linkwater, working Chum Night was more of a punishment. He had been demoted to the ranks of local broadcasting and longed for the days when he had mattered. Even in the sewers of the network hierarchy, he had dodged enough bullets and survived long enough to have some seniority. The American way had become winning by default. He stared at his watch and thought, 3 more matches to go. His evening plans involved being alone at home with his bottle. Linkwater turned to his partner and struggled to whisper in his deep, harsh voice, I hope they end the next 3 jerks quickly. Linkwater took a sip of his drink, disguised as water, but laced heavily with liquor. Like most, he covered his pain well with alcohol. When Connor, his sidekick commentator, didn't respond, Linkwater muttered, Do you know what I enjoy most about Chum Night? Connor made a half-ass attempt. Let me guess, is it the cheap-looking ring girls? Linkwater, with a devilish look, said, Oh no, it's much better than that, my friend. Connor, looking somewhat annoyed, leaned away slightly to get out of the range of Linkwater's breath. I love the look of hope in the eyes of the competitors, said Linkwater. He laughed and continued. They're so stupid to believe they have a chance of winning. Connor stared at Linkwater, letting him rant further. Several minutes of uneventful jabbing finally ended. Linkwater got what he wanted off his chest. He took another sip and emptied his drink, crushing his can afterwards, much like his dreams had been. Connor shook his head. You are one bitter dude. Linkwater added, What's even more entertaining is watching the family pick up the pieces. Now, it's not just one crushed dream, but an entire fucking flocks. You see, Connor, that's the beauty of entertainment. He raised his hands, looking for approval. Connor had heard enough. Who's next on the draw? Connor asked, making it look like his focus was on the job at hand. Adjusting his glasses, Linkwater squinted at the match list. Linkwater asked, Connor, I can't quite make out the next contestant's name. What's it say? Meanwhile, inside the arena, the fighter sat inside a dingy, dark, and questionably sanitary dressing room, listening as a knock pounded from the outside of the door. A hoarse voice pierced the silence. Hey kid, you're up. You got 5 minutes. The request was ignored as the fighter stared down at both hands, shaking uncontrollably. To stop the shaking, the challenger pressed both hands against the counter and gripped it firmly. Sweat formed, creating an outline on the table. The fighter then took a moment to close both eyes and slowly inhaled one large breath. The roar of the crowd chanting for the next match began. Sorry, let me do that again. The roar of the crowd chanting for the next match to begin caused the walls to vibrate vigorously, a constant reminder of what was at stake. In and out, nice and slow through the nose. Let every breath in and every breath out, the fighter thought. The words had been echoed so often during the years of training that it was almost haunting. This is how to deal with the fear and quiet the mind. Control your focus. The outcome isn't important. Focus on the process. The fighter stared endlessly at the table, recalling lessons of the past. The fighter was fixated on one goal. Focus on one thing. Focus on a single thought. Breathing was the focal point, and nothing else mattered. It had come down to the most natural and basic instincts. The fighter was waiting for that moment of control. The sound of the crowd began to slowly fade away, and not a single noise penetrated the fighter's concentration. The only sound disrupting the silence of the room was the fighter's even breathing. Minutes turned to seconds, and eventually time stood still. Finally, the mind was empty. The fighter slowly looked up into the mirror, took one last breath, and whispered, Target, center, own it. Minutes later, the crowd's restlessness grew. They demanded more. The announcer checked the time and began his stroll to the ring. With every step, the excitement grew. It was time. He stood in the center of the ring and waved at the crowd to settle down, trying to create the calm before the storm. He raised a tablet to read his lines, but did not speak, heightening the anticipation. Suddenly, his deep, commanding voice broke the silence, capturing the attention of the masses as he shouted, "Our next contestant, from parts unknown, weighing in at 105 pounds?" He paused, a single eyebrow lifted, as he stared closer at the screen. Dumbfounded by that number, he quickly turned to the side of the ring, silently asking if the information was correct or if there had been a technical error. A quick scramble from his side assistant, followed by an uneasy wait for confirmation, led to beads of sweat dripping down his face. Finally, the ring assistant signaled a thumbs up and that it was okay to continue. He shook it off and got back into character. Again, at 105 pounds, style unknown, the fighter known as Blink. An overdramatic introduction followed by an accentuated finger point had everyone staring toward the entrance at the far side of the arena. Everything about the introduction was awkward, from a comical name like Blink to announcing an unknown style. These days, all martial arts had been integrated into a mixed style. There was no such thing as being a specialist in one particular art. The years had proven that, to win in the ring, you had to be a jack of all trades. The crowd laughed, snickered, and drank. Many were asking, "What the hell's a blink?" as chatter continued to run throughout the arena. One particularly glassy-eyed man muttered, "Blink, that'll be how quick the fight's over," before downing the rest of his drink. Those nearby laughed uproariously, and the lame joke spread across the drunk patrons. The spotlight beamed toward an entrance where no one stood. Everyone wondered if this was a case of the fighter having second thoughts and chickening out. It wasn't unusual for that to happen, and most draws had several fighters waiting in the wing if that occurred. In the darkness just before the light, Blink stood alone and could see the commotion out in front. A focal point was needed to get things moving, and Blink decided to make the ring the goal. One final deep breath, followed by a slow exhale, and Blink took the first step toward the ring. The crowd murmured as the slight figure appeared in the light. At first glance, one would think a child had got lost and walked into the wrong area. Blink stood in the spotlight with a hooded robe, appearing lost, as the fighter's hands came up to form a shield against the light. It cast an eerie shadow from behind. Normally at this moment, music would be pumping into the arena, but Blink chose otherwise. Not a single beat was played. The crowd did not appreciate this underwhelming introduction. Seasoned vets and even the uninitiated made it their duty to create an engaging entrance to entertain the crowd. It was an homage, a sign that they were there to entertain. Boos and curses echoed throughout the arena. The crowd hurled small foreign objects in the fighters' direction as they felt they were being robbed and disrespected. As Blink walked toward the ring, the oversized hood kept Blink's face hidden from the crowd. The fighter saw nothing but one foot going in front of the other. The crowd was vicious as they began mocking the size of the fighter. "Holy shit, it's a fucking midget. I can't wait to see you get your ass kicked. I bet you this dumbass fights just like a girl." Meanwhile, with Connor and Linkwater, to say the fighter was small in stature would be an understatement. Connor caught a glimpse from a distance and grimaced, "Oh crap, it's a GP." GPs were human guinea pigs that fight promoters hand-selected. They were picked specifically because of their size and their lack of fighting skill. Selecting GPs was like tossing a mouse into a pen with an anaconda. It was cruel and malicious, but worthy of the current standard of solid entertainment. Connor shook his head with a flash of human compassion. Linkwater took a peek and showed a general lack of empathy as he decided to have another drink. He added, "Good, this should be over soon," his speech slightly slurred. The fighter entered the ring unescorted, with no manager or even an assistant within sight. Everything Blink did was out of the norm. The crowd, puzzled by such actions, continued to boo even louder. Linkwater tapped Connor on the shoulder and joked, "They better not ask me to carry this schmuck out of the ring. He's gonna get pulverized." More fighters danced around to calm their nerves before a match. Upon entering the ring and finding a spot, Blink stood there, feet shoulder-width apart, slightly pigeon-toed, and motionless. Still covered with the hood, Blink shrouded the moment in mystery. Linkwater remarked, "Is he awake?" The announcer watched and then muttered, "Freak," shaking his head. The announcer clenched his fist and bellowed, "Our next contestant, known throughout the lands for his destruction, hailing from the Bronx, New York, weighing in at 235 pounds of solid muscle. He is DJ the Destroyer!" The crowd went wild at the announcement of a fan favorite. Almost hypnotized, they chanted his name as they waited for him to enter the arena. Connor nudged Linkwater and said, "Normally I couldn't care less who fights, but man, this guy's gonna be massacred." Connor paused and added, "I really hate when they do this." Linkwater was callous. "I don't give two shits about who fights. You think the network could supply us with some umbrellas, because this is going to be a bloodbath." Connor looked away, disgusted by Linkwater's last comments. Unlike Blink, DJ knew how to work the crowd into a frenzy, pushing the limits to the brink of rioting. DJ strutted toward the ring with his entire entourage surrounding him. It looked like a circus had come to town as midgets passed out beads, threw confetti in the air, and tumbled down the aisle. Several drop-dead gorgeous women with healthy chests escorted DJ, and an oddly dressed gentleman walked on stilts, towering over everyone. The blaring music was nearly deafening and combined with the cheers of the crowd to make the entire gym tremble. DJ grabbed onto the ropes of the ring and shook them violently. His eyes looked possessed as he leaned back, flexed his muscles, and roared. It was a signal to the crowd to prepare for what came next. DJ jumped into the ring, soaring over the ropes. When he landed, the crowd jumped in unison, simulating an earthquake. Every cool fighter had his signature trademark entrance, and that was called the DJ Stomp. The crowd roared with enthusiasm, energized by his introduction. DJ settled into the corner after several minutes of goofing around in the ring. Throughout it all, Blink remained oblivious to all the commotion. There, the fighter stood in the same spot, in the same position, seemingly lifeless. The referee gestured for both fighters to approach the center of the ring. As they stood face to face, the differential in stature was overwhelming. DJ towered over Blink, like a man about to fight a child. The referee explained the rules, which were kept to a minimum. For the challenger, there was only one rule to remember: survive. DJ was swaying his head back and forth like a crazed man, trying to draw a stare from his opponent, but Blink ignored him. As the referee was going over the final instructions, Blink grabbed hold of the robe and threw it to the corner, where it floated gently to the ground. The crowd gasped, stunned to see the unexpected figure under the robe. An Asian girl, beautiful with her hair tied up in a ponytail. Her features were soft and gentle, the kind that any guy would want in a girlfriend. Considering her appearance, she had no business being there. Blink looked even tinier without the robe. Did she realize this was a fighting tournament and not a ballerina contest? Everyone in the arena was thinking the same thing. This was going to be a massacre. Linkwater leered and murmured, well, what have we here? It was not unusual to have female fighters attempt open tournaments. Some fared well due to the luck of the draw. Most of them endured the rude jeers of the crowd, but the truth was, size did matter in the UFMF. Of course, Chum Night did not discriminate based on shape, size, or sex. In the end, no challenger had ever won, regardless of gender. But something was different about Blink. It was one thing to be a small guy, but she was a petite girl. Normally, odds of slim to 1 were favorable, but considering the type of brawler she was going against, she had absolutely zero chance. On paper, she was at a massive handicap. DJ was a veteran of the ring with a resume of considerable carnage. Blink, on the other hand, appeared to be entering her first fight. This match seemed to be over before it had even begun. Ignoring further instruction from the referee, DJ quipped, "You're a cute one. What do you say you and me get together after this? I'll take it easy on you. I don't want to ruin that pretty little face." Blink lifted her eyes as DJ waited for a response. She slowly raised her hand with a gesture that did not symbolize a yes. The crowd saw her rude gesture and started laughing. Embarrassed and angry, DJ pointed directly at her face. "Okay, bitch, you think you're funny? I'm gonna tear you apart like there's no tomorrow. You'll wish you'd taken my offer." He turned his back with an evil grin on his face and stomped back towards his corner. This was David versus Goliath, but this underdog story would not have a happy ending. Moments later, the bell rang and the referee shouted, "Fight!" DJ waved to the crowd, seeking their approval. They cheered, and he pounded his chest with each fist and let out a roar. Blink walked casually halfway to the center of the ring. Then she stood motionless with her head slightly tilted, almost as if she were sleepwalking. No guard, no stance, just standing there with her hands down, not reacting to the imminent danger that was at hand, but watching DJ's every move. Linkwater turned to Connor and said, "Maybe someone should tell her the fight started." DJ started to show off, chaining a series of aerial kicks to demonstrate his physical skill. He was bobbing and weaving well out of her range, trying to absorb the energy of the crowd's cheers. They were loving every minute of it because this is what they paid for. This was entertainment. He made it clear that it was by his will that she was still standing. He would quickly end this fight when he decided it was time. Finally, after showboating for over a minute to milk every ounce from the crowd, DJ shouted, "Time to die!" DJ turned toward Blink and rushed like a wild bull. Some were glued to their seats to see the onslaught, while others looked away, unwilling to see the gory outcome. Then, with 2 quick steps, he finally moved into Blink's range. Once he entered her area, everything changed. A stampede was about to occur, and Blink was on the receiving end of DJ's fury. It was like a signal went off in her head, saying, "Attack." This tiny, docile little girl moved in against this hulking figure. Even with his mass moving at full steam, Blink met him without hesitation. She did not duck and cover. Instead, she did something the crowd never expected. It was a sight to see, so unusual that the crowd was somewhat dumbfounded by her fighting style. There was no set guard, she was square to her opponent, and her center remained steady and even with each step. It looked as if she were floating in to close the gap. "What is she doing?" was echoed by hundreds of people watching the match. The sweet and innocent look was gone. Death was in her eyes. She showed no fear as DJ rushed her. Her focus was on his center, nothing else mattered. The distance between the two closed rapidly. Wham! Blink waited until the last second, leaving DJ no time to react. The timing was pure perfection. DJ planted his foot and stepped in as she launched a single punch. Two forces collided in perfect harmony. Her fist, his face. With that blow, his eyes rolled back, his head snapped upon impact, and he crumpled to the ground. Thud. Watching a human body go limp and crash to the ground was a horrific sight. It meant total loss of control. DJ lay motionless, unconscious from the hit. Silence fell upon the entire arena. It was not the reaction one would expect for a Saturday night brawl. The local beer-guzzling patrons had just witnessed something they had never seen before. Everyone was stunned, doubting their own eyes. Had fantasy just become reality? This was no ordinary knockout. What had started off as a low-card draw became a viral event moments later. Those fortunate enough to record the match played it back on their phones and other recording devices, wondering what had just happened. Others immediately texted and uploaded the footage on various local networks, spreading proof that this was no dream. Linkwater and Connor were both speechless, sitting dazed and confused by the event that had just transpired. They slowly turned to one another, realizing that dead silent commentary was bad for the ratings. Fumbling for the right words, they stuttered, adding further to the chaos. Moments later, flashes exploded like fireworks throughout the arena. Then the murmuring started. What the hell just happened? Holy shit, did you see that? Anyone know the name of that fighter? What style was that? It looked like she barely hit him, but he's out cold. More questions than answered filled the room with tension, to the point where it was going to explode. The crowd chanted, demanding a replay on the big screen. Moments later, the screen at the top of the ring began replaying the knockout. People stared vacantly, still having a difficult time believing in the impossible. Blink stood there motionless as the outcome as DJ lay sprawled out on the ring. She did not celebrate like others do when they harm another human being. Instead, she signaled to the medics that they were needed. Since he was a pro, they rushed in to make sure of his health, in stark contrast to their lack of concern for the uninitiated challengers. Through the chaos, the ring announcer grabbed hold of Blink by the arm. The announcer was excited, feeding off the frenzy of the crowd as he asked, "Do you have any words to say to the crowd?" His voice crackled like a teenager's. She held the mic and stared at it for a second. Finally, she looked up and scanned the arena, making general eye contact with the crowd. They were strangely quiet, waiting to see what she had to say. Taking a moment to gather her thoughts, she yelled, "My name is Kirin." She paused, allowing everyone a moment to absorb it. "This," she pounded her fist to her chest, "is Wing Chun Gung Fu." Kirin looked at DJ, who was still being cared for by the assistants. She threw the microphone towards him and uttered, "Initiated," before making her way out of the ring. The announcer shouted to her, "Hey kid, you forgot your winnings." Then he handed her a cool 25,000 credits. Kirin took the credits and stared at them for several seconds. She held them in her hand and wondered, So this is what every fighter dreams of, risking everything just for money. She looked at the announcer, who smiled, hoping she would reciprocate. Instead, Kirin turned away and walked to the edge of the ring. She paused for a moment, looking at the money. Then, as hard as she could, she threw all of the credits into the crowd. She made it rain. It was pandemonium. People were still recovering from witnessing the fight, and now credits were flying everywhere, adding fuel to the fire. The crowd went crazy as people scrambled on their hands and knees trying to pick up whatever credits they could. Those who were not distracted by the money started chanting in hypnotic rhythm, "Kirin! Kirin! Kirin!" Kirin started strolling back to the locker room. Things were going to be different now. Unlike her entrance, where she had been an unknown, the walk back was much more difficult. The commotion of the crowd was growing exponentially as security did their best to keep them from her. The sound was deafening, causing the entire arena to shake, as people were pushing and shoving just to get a better glimpse of her. Throughout the mad frenzy, everything appeared to be moving in slow motion for Kirin. Even the noise of the crowd could not penetrate her focus, as she heard only her heart beating. Kirin was still in fight mode. Almost dazed by what had transpired, she finally saw the sea of onlookers before her. As she stared back into the crowd, for a brief moment, she thought she saw a familiar face. She shook her head, snapping herself out of fight mode. Am I dreaming? She thought. She leaned forward and searched for that face, but could not find it amongst the masses. What just happened? After that night, nothing would be the same. Kirin had known even before the match that this was her opportunity to throw a pebble in the water, her ripple within the giant ocean. In a single moment, with a single punch, she had changed the course of human history forever, and there was no going back. Don't fear trying, don't fear failing, but most of all, fear not living. Sifu. So what do you guys think so far? Oh, have you actually seen the animation that they put out? Because yes, as a matter of fact, they did have a tiny clip of this opening fight. It was a test animation, but I don't think it was actually published. So funny that you happen to mention it. Well, yeah, there's several different media things that they were looking at. I mean, obviously there's the books, there's the audiobook, and then of course, well, there's also an ebook, as well as, you know, they were doing animation tests for a possible anime series. But again, this is all kind of self-published, so it's not like it's being picked up by any, you know, by some giant network or anything like that. So it's all kind of grassroots more than anything else, I guess. As a matter of fact, there was a brief period where I was actually kind of working in Blender, and I was working on making a Kirin model specifically to do a CGI animation thing, possibly as an animation test. So cool. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it so far. As you can see, that slide that's up right about now, that's actually DJ and Kirin in this match at Chum Night. That was the scene that particular poster was based on. So just so you know, moving forward, the book is actually split up. The chapters actually are split. They have, I don't know if it's actually on YouTube or not, to be honest. Like I said, it was mostly a test animation, so I don't know how full, I don't know how complete, like, you know, how far they finished it and everything, or if they decided to put it out there. It'd be cool if it was. But, so like I said, the book is actually, each chapter is kind of split up into different sections. There's the main section, and then there's a series of short stories supplementing everything. So, Section 1. Short Stories Number 1. Kirin's Point of View. 8 years prior. March 23, 2024. I'm in, day 1. I remember the first day of class as if it were yesterday. Back in those days, the school was still open to the public. It was small and quaint, nestled in a shaded corner, hidden amongst the larger commercial buildings of Chicago. One would never realize that right under one's nose was the finest martial arts establishment in the country. The frills of the large belt factories, the pressed uniforms, the high-tech equipment, and the logo apparel were not for sale here. This was the essence of Kung Fu. The art had remained pure and untainted, marketed mainly through the whisperings of those whose lives had been changed. That was how Sifu liked it. He preferred to be discreet, unnoticed by the masses. A handful of flyers in his early days was the most effort he had ever put into attracting students. His doors were always open, giving everybody the opportunity to learn. Sifu's skill was well known and respected throughout the country. I later found out that, in his youth, he had created a resume of destruction. With the Sifu of his reputation and skill, one would think that the school would be overflowing with students. However, there was never more than a handful. It was not the physical demands that weeded people out, but their lack of mental fortitude. Society had grown impatient and demanded instant results. It was one thing to say, I want to learn Kung Fu. It was another to pay the high price that comes with perfecting such a skill. That price has nothing to do with money. We were fortunate that Sifu had never sold out. I'm sure temptation was there, as the skill to fight had become a valuable commodity. Tough times forced humanity back to its natural instinct to survive. The poor, who were the hardest hit, were forced into underground fighting. It had become a lucrative business and a promise of a better life. Humankind is good at exploitation. Around every corner, greedy used car salesmen disguised themselves as masters. Belts and trophies lured students with the promise of skill, but the main goal of these so-called masters was to maximize profits. Those places were a dime a dozen, as they constantly tried to make a buck and churn out their next black belt. In those days, they were more common than your local buzz bar. Looking back, it's hard to imagine that those were considered the good times. I'm not sure what drew me to martial arts. Maybe it was because all 4 of my stepbrothers did it. Then again, you always want what you can't have. Due to my past, my stepmom felt it was best that I stayed away from anything that involved violence. I would always hear her say, "You're my only daughter, try to act like one." So, if I was going to learn martial arts, I needed to do it secretly. In the early spring of 2024, I began my search. I spent several Saturdays looking for a school. I quickly found out that the flashier places had little to offer. Their main sell was the promise of being able to fight right away. Even with my lack of knowledge, I had always thought there was so much more to it than just fighting. As I kept searching for the right school, all those I checked out seemed like carbon copies. Finding variety became a difficult task, since the UFMF had begun franchising. I wasn't quite sure what I was looking for, but I knew I hadn't found it. In a way, I discovered Sifu's school by sheer dumb luck. One day when I was walking around the neighborhood, I found one of Sifu's aged flyers hanging on the wall. I found it odd that someone would use this archaic marketing method in this age of technology. I read the flyer. It was simple and straight to the point, but more importantly, it offered one free lesson. The address was only a few blocks from where I stood, and I still had a few hours to spare before heading home. I decided to take a chance as I tore it from the wall. 5 minutes later, I found the school. Outside the door, I saw a sign that said, Wing Chun Kung Fu. The name alone was different from everywhere else that I'd checked out. Kung Fu was foreign to me, since most places taught a mixed variety of martial arts. I thought for a second, shouldn't it be Kung Fu? I took a huge breath and decided to walk in. Looking around, I noticed that there were no school uniforms, belts, or trophies. 4 dingy walls created the rectangular school. A few Chinese writings, several large mirrors, and a handful of pictures made up the decor. Inside the school, students of all shapes and sizes were gathered, some in jeans, others in sweats, and a few looking like they'd just come from work. The first thing I'd asked when I got in was whether I should remove my shoes. To this day, the guys still razz me for asking that, but my knowledge of martial arts was limited to the movies and the internet. It could have been worse. I could have asked them if we were going to break some boards. One of the students kindly explained that you trained in your everyday clothes because the chances of you being attacked without shoes was pretty slim. I noticed another guy, probably in his late high school years, waiting impatiently in the corner for the class to begin. He looked as lost as I felt. Surprisingly, I made the first attempt at sparking a conversation and did not allow my shyness to get the best of me. I spoke in a quiet voice. "Hi, my name is Kirin. Is this your first day in class?" He introduced himself as Joe and was quick to respond, "Yep." I was hoping that Joe would throw more of a bone into the conversation, but then I tried to dig in further. "So, have you taken anything before?" Joe replied, "Yeah, I took some Jeet Kune Do several years ago, but took a break. It's pretty much the same thing as Wing Chun." I had no idea what Jeet Kune Do was, but I said, "That's cool. You could probably help me out since you know what you're doing." With a confident smirk on his face, Joe said, "Sure thing. Wing Chun is simple, and it's all the same." Several minutes passed before one of the students clapped his hands and called everyone together. He seemed to be in charge and said, "Let's begin class." He gave a few instructions to the students as they quickly dispersed around the room. Joe and I stood there, unsure what to do, until the student approached us. He was tall, fit, and looked to be in his late teens. He was of mixed race and wore his hair in dreads. As his hair flowed, I found myself mesmerized by it. "Hey, my name is Tobias. Are you guys here for the free class?" he said. Joe nodded, and I quickly searched my pocket and handed him a crumpled up flyer. Tobias gave me a weird look and said, "You know, it says here on the flyer, in large bold print, 'Please do not remove from the wall.'" I quickly apologized for overlooking that detail and said, "If you like, I could post it back." Out of the blue, an older gentleman grabbed the flyer from my hand and said, "Wow, I can't believe you found one of these." He smiled and looked at me for a second before saying, "Hello." I was relieved that he wasn't upset. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but having him there in my presence felt warm and comforting. The gentleman patted Tobias on the back and said, "I'll take it from here." With a curious look on his face, Tobias said, "Really? You sure, Sifu?" He nodded his head to confirm that he was sure. My siblings, my older brothers in the art, later told me that having Sifu take the time to teach beginners was not the norm. Strangely, I never asked them why. I guess it did not matter. The first thing he said kinda caught me by surprise. He said, "Don't be so concerned about fighting right away. I want you to spend more time refining your heart." He spoke out of the norm, as every school I had checked out made fighting their number one priority. Immediately, he had captured my attention. As I stood there listening to Sifu, I tried my best to maintain a blank look on my face. I could tell Joe was not impressed. From the looks of it, his main goal was to get into fights. Joe made no effort to hide his eyes rolling in a snobbish manner. There was no way Sifu missed that, but he ignored the rude gesture and continued to speak. I raised my hand cautiously. He acknowledged me with a slight nod and asked, "What's on your mind?" I said with a crackly voice, "What should we call you? Is Sifu okay?" He smiled and said, "You can call me anything you want. It's not necessary to call me Sifu." He did not reciprocate my question with a similar one, as he made no effort to learn either of our names. I was taken aback. I had always thought that teachers were very strict in dictating their titles of master, sensei, or Sifu. However, he took a humbler approach and did not place a stamp of authority on a title. Instead, he started teaching us. Sifu spent some time with us, explaining in detail how he wanted us to open the basic stance, Yigi Kim Young Ma, or YGKYM. Once we opened it, he made a couple of minor adjustments and asked how it felt. Sifu asked, "Do you feel your weight evenly between the heel and ball of the foot?" I stuttered, "I think so," as I tinkered around with my stance. I looked over at Joe to find out that he was more than confident that he had gotten it. Sifu then turned his head and leaned slightly forward. He looked at both of us and said, "Okay, go work on this." Then he walked away. Joe and I spent the next 10 minutes working on the stance. I tried my best to fidget around with all the steps, hoping my weight was evenly balanced. I could tell the lack of action was getting to Joe. He made a couple of sloppy attempts to open up the stance, but was more concerned with what the others were doing around him. He looked like a 5-year-old struggling to pay attention at a movie theater, squirming with boredom. I, on the other hand, was intrigued. Sifu taught us easy steps to open up the stance, but I was sure there was more to it. I found myself lost, unsure whether I was in center or not. Sifu had explained what we were doing, but unlike the instructors at other places, he was putting his focus on something other than fighting. It was quiet between the two of us before I finally broke the silence. I asked Joe, "Hey, do you think I'm doing the stance correctly?" Joe looked frustrated and said, We better not be spending the entire class on just a stance. He glanced over and looked at my stance and said, "Yeah, you got it. This is simple." I tried keeping the conversation going. "Well, this is our first day of class. Maybe it's good to focus on the basics." Joe sneered at my remarks and said, "I'm gonna walk out of here if we don't do anything else." Just then, Sifu strolled up to us and asked, "Do you have any questions?" Joe immediately responded, "Nope, I got this." I was too afraid to say anything and held back from asking my questions. He nodded his head, folded his arms behind his back, and then walked away. Sifu went through this process several times, each time asking if there were any questions, and each time Joe and I would repeat our previous responses and silent gestures. It was like deja vu over the span of an hour. With 15 minutes left until the end of class, Sifu again came up to us and asked the same question. My response was no different, but this time Joe blurted out in frustration, "When can we work on something else?" Sifu smiled and did not respond and strolled away. Joe whispered loudly, "Kirin, I'm out of here. No wonder the first day is free. This is a total waste of fucking time. Do yourself a favor and leave with me." Something in me said to stay, so I did. He was dumbfounded by my reaction, but I quickly took a stand and said, "I think I'll just finish the class." I buffered my statement to avoid sounding foolish. There's like only 15 minutes left. Joe gave me a look like I was a total fool to waste any more time, then he gathered his stuff and stormed out of class. Even with Joe's commotion, neither Sifu nor any of the regular students seemed to be aware or even care about the incident. They acted as if these were natural events occurring. That was the last time I ever saw Joe. A few minutes later, Sifu came up. He made no inquiry as to Joe's whereabouts and asked, "Do you have any questions?" Sifu waited patiently for a moment before he turned to walk away. I finally mustered, Sifu? Sifu waited, but made no attempt to help me get the words out of my mouth. He was like a lifeguard watching a person drown in front of him. I then blurted out a barrage of questions. "I honestly don't know if I have any center or not." "Do you stand like this in a fight?" "Why are my thigh muscles so tired after only a few minutes?" "How long should I be holding this stance?" I don't fully remember how many questions I threw at him, but afterward, I immediately looked downwards, almost hoping that he had not heard me. I waited nervously as he adjusted my hair. He gave me a warm smile and said with a satisfied voice, "Good, good. Now you're ready to learn, Kirin." My ears perked up, as I was surprised that Sifu even knew my name. He spent the last remaining moments of class watching me open my stance several times. Sifu was precise in his adjustments of my body, and he looked almost pleased with my continuing to ask questions about the stance. He pushed against my chest to test my stance and said, "Always remember to go with the force." He then said, "Think for a second about what it means not to fight the force." His words of wisdom were beyond the grasp of my 12-year-old ears. I nodded just to pretend that I knew what he was saying. Unable to come up with a smart reply, I asked him, "Is this better?" A stretch here, a tuck there, and a slight shift of the weight. After all of these meticulous and tiny adjustments, he pushed upon my chest. In that instance, I could feel the force of his push surge through my entire body, connecting one bone to another, and then finally reaching my feet and running into the ground. It was like a domino effect of epic proportions working in perfect harmony. I felt solid as a rock with no effort at all. The sensation was indescribable, a feeling of unity within myself. I was in complete awe the moment I felt it. I looked at Sifu and said, "I've never felt anything like this." It was like power without effort, and I giggled in confusion. He smiled at me, almost speaking without words, and then walked away, In that instant, I was sold. I thought, I'm in. Our passion is the target that leads to the struggle which defines us. Sifu. Kirin's Nightmares, 78 Days. It was pitch dark, and the cold night air was making me shiver uncontrollably. I could barely even see my own hand in front of my face, and so clung to both my parents' hands tightly. We had been moving through the forest for hours, watching every step, listening for every second, for every sound. We were alone, scared and hungry. But this was our one chance to escape from the nightmare that never ended. Shh, quiet and get down, my father said as he motioned both my mom and me downwards. My father whispered cautiously and looked me in the eyes. Sujin, you must remember to run. No matter what, you must run. My mom looked at my dad and then kissed me on the head. I knew they were scared like me. No, Dad, I don't want to run. My eyes watered with the words coming out of my mouth. Mom? I looked at her for some comfort. Sujin, you must. At least one of us has to make it, ordered my mom as she held me tightly. I rubbed my forehead as something was irritating it. My mom looked at me and tried cleaning my head. Ouch, I said. She gave a faint smile as she tried putting me at ease. She whispered, hopefully that won't scar. You have a little scratch on your forehead. I tried looking up at my mom, as my mom said, silly, you won't be able to see it. Suddenly my dad motioned to my mom. From a distance, we saw a little light flicker 3 times. That's him, said my father as he grabbed my hand. Fear turned to hope. We were approaching our goal, our chance for freedom. I saw my dad embrace my mom with a glimmer of a smile on his face. She gave him a kiss back. As we neared the light, a gentleman appeared. He was dressed in raggedly clothes like us, and was nervously looking in every direction. He waved us to approach and hurry as my father shook his hand and thanked him. He whispered something to my father, but I caught only a portion of it. Thank me once we're out of here. My father introduced both my mother and me, and we exchanged quick nods. Quiet, we still have a little distance to go, said the stranger. We all started walking away, heading toward a new life, when the sound of dogs barking and voices filled the air. The comfort on my parents' faces drained and was replaced by terror. We all started running as the sounds grew closer. Take her, screamed my father. Go, go, Sujin, go! The stranger grabbed my hand tightly as I struggled to keep up. I ran in total fear as hard as I could, not knowing where I was headed. Both my parents were right behind me, with my dad trailing in the rear. Keep running, we're almost there, the stranger said, struggling to get those words out. Bang! With all the noise, a single sound struck out against the rest. I turned to face its source and stopped dead in my tracks. I had no idea what had happened as I stared at my dad, who stood still for a moment. I looked at him confused, wondering why he would stop all of a sudden. His eyes flickered to mine, and then he placed his hand on his chest. After holding it there for a second, he removed it, and I saw it was covered with blood. He turned pale white as he collapsed to the ground, and my mother ran to pick him up. I began moving back to help them both, but I could feel a tight grip preventing me from running further. My mom was crying as she looked at me and screamed, "Run!" She held my dad in her arms. Bang! Bang! Voices surrounded us from a distance, and the sound of the dogs barking grew even stronger. The stranger picked me up and ran into the darkness. "We have to go," he instructed me. I screamed for both my parents as I started to fade from my sight. We can make it. I looked back for a second and caught a glimpse of them both lying on the ground. I saw nothing afterwards. Tears streamed uncontrollably down my face, and that image was ingrained forever. Father! Mother! No! Suddenly I screamed, and I sat halfway up from my bed, covered in sweat. Looking around the room, I quickly pieced together that I was safe, in the comfort of my home. It had been a while since I'd had that nightmare, but it was always the same thing. I sat there crying, wondering why I hadn't done more. Why didn't I take a stand? Why did I just run? I regretted my decision and my lack of action. I checked the clock on my nightstand and saw it was 2:30. I was hoping I hadn't woken anybody up as I sat there. Suddenly, a tiny hand appeared from the corner of my bedroom door as Kyle walked in with his blanket. He approached me slowly in his one-piece pajamas. I just looked at him, trying to wipe away the tears. He stood by my bedside and looked at me gently. Kyle said, "Are you all right, Kirin?" I nodded to let him know that I was, but I did not say a word. He put his tiny hand on my shoulder and leaned his head on me. Kyle then spoke softly into my ear. "It'll be okay, Kirin." I looked at his kind face. "I know it will, Kyle. I'm sorry I woke you up." He smiled at me. "Don't worry about it, Kirin. I had to pee anyway." We both smiled. "Give me a second. I'll be right back." I nodded to say it was okay. Kyle dropped his blankie and scurried to the bathroom. I listened to his little pitter-patter across the hall, followed by a flush. Seconds later, Kyle came running across again, waiting by my bedside. "Thanks for checking on me, Kyle." Kyle did not respond, but asked, "Was it the same dream?" "Yes, Kyle. Same one always. I thought I was doing well for a while, since I hadn't had the nightmare in months. But lately it's come back again." Kyle said, "When I have nightmares, I hold Teddy really hard, and he protects me." I looked at my little stepbrother and brushed my fingers through his hair, grateful that I had someone to talk to at that moment. Kyle was a kind soul, who did not act like a typical 6-year-old. "Kirin, you can have my Teddy to help you sleep," said Kyle. I was so touched by my little brother's act of kindness that I gave him a big kiss on the cheek. Afterwards, Kyle wiped away the kiss and said, "It's just a borrow, okay?" I said, "Thanks, Kyle. I'll give him back," and gave him a hug. "Kirin, why is the nightmare so bad?" he asked. "Sometimes, nightmares are scary because they feel real. This nightmare really happened to me, so I can't pretend it didn't. Before I met you and your family, I had a mom and dad." The word "had" pained me so much. Kyle looked at me and said, "Are you okay?" I nodded and continued. "The place I lived in was very, very bad, Kyle, and we were trying to escape. The problem was that I ran. I ran and left them. I was too scared to stand and fight. I just ran, and now they're gone. Forever." I started tearing up again. The memory was always so fresh that it stabbed every time. "I think you're very brave, Kirin," said Kyle. I looked at Kyle and saw the sincerity on his face. "So you were my age then?" asked Kyle. "I was close to your age, Kyle. I was 8 at the time." My heart felt the pain even more. "I'm sorry, Kirin," said Kyle. "Where is this place that was so bad?" Do you know where North Korea is? I said. Kyle shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. Is it close to Florida? I was about to tell him no, when he got up and ran to his room. A few seconds later, he returned and handed over his favorite teddy bear. Here, Kirin, take Teddy, said Kyle. I held Teddy in my hand and gave Kyle a hug. Thank you, Kyle. Kyle walked away and headed back to his room, but he turned to look at me. I was tense and knew I wouldn't be able to sleep. Kyle noticed that Teddy was not offering the comfort he thought he would. He returned to my bed and said, Kirin, do you want to pretend that we're having a sleepover? I smiled as Kirin crawled into my bed. I smiled as Kyle crawled into my bed and wrestled into position. Are you comfy, Kyle? He yawned with a glazed look on his face. I helped tuck him in, and within minutes he fell asleep. His kindness was comforting, but not enough to prevent another sleepless night. I sat there, sobbing and watching Kyle the entire night. Sorry, I had to hydrate for a moment there. Comic books, 197 days. Jim was by the stove frying up some eggs for breakfast for all my brothers and me. Jim said, Okay, who wants what again? I said, sunny side up. Mark answered, over easy. Scrambled was Steven's order. Kyle responded, poached with a pink of lemon and holiday sauce placed on the side, please. We all stared at Kyle. Just kidding, I'll take it scrambled, said Kyle. Steven, Mark, and Kyle all had that late night look, so I said, you guys look terrible. Yawns, stretches, and weird scratches did not make for a pleasant morning view, but I wouldn't change it for the world. My brothers were great. I asked, did Mom come home yet? Jim replied, no, she should be home in a couple of hours, when your call is over. Dad told me she had a busy night. I nodded. How late did you guys stay up? Steven looked at Mark and said, I don't know, not too long, about midnight I think. Jim said, okay, no one tells Mom we let Kyle stay up that late, or we'll all be grounded. Glances were exchanged around the table in silent agreement. Sibling bonding confirmed. I shook my head and said, you guys know Kyle shouldn't be up so late. I bet all you guys were doing was just gaming. Jim turned around and looked at the guys, who nodded their heads to confirm. Steven said, you should have joined us, Kirin. What were you guys playing? Steven started saying, it was that shoot. Mark interrupted. It was nothing. You didn't miss anything. Just stupid video games as usual. Typical guy stuff, Kirin. Jim stepped in. Alright, everybody's eggs are ready. Kyle yawned and replied, I changed my mind. I don't want any eggs. Jim answered, staring at him. Then Kyle can starve and we just sit there quietly watching the rest of us. Kyle thought about his options and then said, fine, I'll have some eggs. I asked, where's Dad, by the way? Mark answered with food in his mouth. He's in the garage sorting stuff out. Looks of fear spread across the table as Steven asked, it's not fall cleanup yet. Jim said, no. He told me he was looking for some old stuff of his. I could see my brothers breathing sighs of relief. Household duties were not part of our weekend plans, and no one was in the mood for raking outdoors. Oh, guy stuff. About 15 minutes passed as everyone cleaned their plates and decided to find different ways to bum the weekend. I, on the other hand, was curious to see what Dad was doing in the garage. I walked in to find him sitting on the floor with several stacks of boxes laid out. "Hey, Dad," I said. "What's up, Princess?" he asked absently, too engaged to turn around to look at me. "What you doing?" I asked. "Oh, looking at all my old comic books I used to collect when I was a boy. I accidentally stumbled upon them. I honestly thought your mom threw these away, but I guess she never did," he said. "What are comic books, Dad?" I asked. He paused for a second and realized that I had no clue what he was talking about. "Sit down with your dad, Princess," he said. As I moved to sit down beside him, he said, "Well, you know everything you read is on digital pads? Back in my day, things were still written and drawn on paper." He went on to explain that some of the books, like the one he was holding, were told in drawings and words. "Which one are you reading now, Dad?" I asked. "It's my favorite. I love the ones with heroes in them," he said. "How come you love those kind of comics so much?" Dad paused for a moment in deep thought, trying to dig for an appropriate answer. "I don't think I'm alone on this, Kirin. I think everyone loves a hero." I gave him a curious look and waited for his explanation. "To me, comic books are ageless and are representative of the times and struggles that we go through in society. Regardless of the period, they always have the same underlying theme. Kirin, if you look at the world and see the chaos, trouble, and suffering that exist, you pause for a second and think to yourself, why? It makes no sense. I believe deep down, we know this to be true and wonder how such wrong can exist. We know that it can be better, and the answer should be right there in front of us to fix, but for whatever reason, we just can't. So, when you read about a hero, he or she takes on the role of a person, but more often than not, they represent a symbol of how things should be. In our minds, we want someone to make it right." "I like how you say that, Dad. I really wish they existed," I replied. My dad smiled and put his arm around me. "They do exist." I laughed a little and said, "Daddy, you're being silly." No, sweetie. Not in the literal sense of being able to fly or super strength. But remember that one person can impact the world and change it forever," he said confidently. "Really, Dad?" I said. "Sure. History has shown great men and women who have changed the world around us," he answered. I looked at him with doubt. "Name me one person." My dad didn't even hesitate. "Alexander Fleming." I asked, "Who?" "The name may not ring a bell right away, Kirin, but every one of us has been affected by his work at some time. He was the man who invented penicillin." "Oh, he's the guy who made medicine," I said. Excuse me. "No, Kirin, it's greater than that. Like many individuals, he discovered things, but unlike people today, he made a decision for the greater good. He could have patented his discovery and made millions of dollars, but he felt that the world could benefit so much if it was so much. He could have patented his discovery and made millions of dollars, but he felt that the world could benefit so much more if it was produced on a large scale." "Wow, that is impressive," I said. We lapsed into silence, and I looked over Dad's shoulder as he turned the page in his comic book. "It would be great to be one of those heroes, wouldn't it, Dad?" I said. "Who knows, Kirin? I think maybe you can be a hero," he said. I laughed. "Dad, you're being silly. I'm just a little girl." He looked at me with such seriousness in his face. "No, Kirin, I'm not. I don't believe that our paths crossed by chance. I don't believe that the hardship that you had to endure in the very beginning was for no reason. I don't know what it is, but the moment your mom and I laid eyes on you, we both knew right away you were different. I think you're a very special little girl who can be that hero," my dad said. I didn't say a word and looked at him earnestly. He gave me a faint smile and said, "Just a little girl? One day, Kirin, you're going to make everyone want to be just like you. Just a little girl." He then kissed me on the head. What is it that I would do? I asked. My dad was so supportive of me, and I loved him so much for it. He replied, I don't know what it is, but it's your duty to find out what makes you so special. I don't want you to follow the same path that your mother and I did. I asked, why would you say that? Both you and Mom are successful at what you do. Dad said, Kirin, success is doing what you love, being you. If I could turn back time, I would have played baseball, and I know I can speak for your mom as she would have loved to have been a chef. Remember, you get one lifetime, so don't play it safe. Go for it, always. I looked at my dad and smiled. For a brief moment, he sounded just like Sifu. But I could hear the regret in my dad's voice, the dream that was never fulfilled. He stared at me directly and said, promise me, one day you'll find out what that is. I don't know why I said it, but I answered without any doubt, I will. I looked at my dad and stared into his eyes. Something that very moment set things in motion for me. Dad, do you mind if I read some of these comic books with you? I asked. He smiled and said, sure thing, princess. Sure thing. Will you have the answer to that question when your time ends on this planet? Sifu. Okay. How you guys doing? Give me a moment. I need to go ahead and hydrate and lube up the throat again. So I hope you guys are enjoying the book. It's wholesome. Yeah. It is. Kyle moment was sad and cute. Yeah. Yeah. I'd actually forgotten about that scene. It's been a while since I've actually read this. So, sorry about my voice kind of cracking and going a little dry there. Clearly, I need to buy some throat lube to keep everything working, lubed or whatever. I'm glad you're enjoying the trip down memory lane, Zeb. So, I'll give you a little thing again also, kind of a little bit of the behind the scenes. So, in book 2, quite a few of our close friend group all have cameos in the books at one point or another. Mostly because of the fact of us that, it's probably no great secret, Ed teaches Wing Chun. So, of course, a lot of his students, Ron was actually, is one of his top students. So, yeah, I do have a mention. I admit it. I have a mention in book 2. It's brief, but the fact that he actually works us in and even as a sentence too, as a cameo, it's just kind of funny. So, and yes, throat lube. There is, excuse me, sorry. There actually is such a thing. It exists. Lubricink for the throat. Mostly for speakers and stuff like that to kind of help keep the vocal cords, kind of lubed and properly working, loosened and stuff like that. You can actually get it on Amazon. It's kind of neat. And no, I don't believe it's silicone based. No, that's a different lube. Hey Selene, how you doing? You came in right as we were in the middle of story time. Or, I don't know, have you been lurking or you just kind of came in or whichever? So we actually have one more quick section before we get on to chapter 2. So, like I said, each chapter in the book basically has 3 different sections. So there's the current events, then there's some of Kirin's backstory, and then there's Sifu's story. And they all kind of intersect throughout the book. Section 2. Sifu's Journey, entry number 1. Just go forward. 3 years prior, early summer, 2029. It was just past midnight as Sifu stood and stared out his window. Inside the building he had bought several months ago was a room filled with the unknown. He was at the beginning stages of something, but what was supposed to be was still unclear to him. Lost in a vacant stare, there wasn't much to see as the darkness of the night swallowed everything. He could make out only a few trees and the surrounding buildings. Finally, a lone car passed on the road as he slowly sipped and enjoyed his tea. He hummed as he downed it, savoring the flavor of chai. He did not drink at all, but appreciated the small amount he had. Sifu had learned to take his time and value the little things in life. Several minutes passed, and the tea quickly lost its warmth. He continued to gaze outside, lost in deep thought as he stared at the endless night. Sifu was oblivious to the clicks of each second passing on his ancient clock. The sound of emptiness filled the entire room. He closed his eyes. I missed the noise, he thought, but quickly shook that idea from his head. Again, he had difficulty heading home to go to sleep. He hesitated and took a huge deep breath, letting out a sigh. Several minutes passed as he turned around and looked all over at the mess at hand. Shaking his head, he finally decided to do some work instead. He walked slowly past the main area, through the kitchen, and found himself by the dusty pantry area. He paused for a brief moment and realized, I really didn't come in for this tonight. Sifu turned to the side and stared at the door that led to the basement. He stood there for a minute, drawn to venture down the stairs. Once downstairs, his initial reaction was, this place looks even worse than upstairs. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of his table and felt it calling him to come over. He hesitated briefly, but trusted his feelings and went with the force. There, Sifu sorted through the mess in search of something. he stumbled upon an old picture of himself with some familiar faces. He stared at it sadly for a second before fumbling further for his goal. Ah, there it is, he thought with a bit of relief as he spotted his writing journal along with the pen. He grabbed both items now with a clearer intent. I think it's about time that I started working on this. Sifu blew the dust off his journal and opened it up. The inside was pristine, waiting for someone to create a masterpiece. Even with all the technology existing today, Sifu decided to start his efforts the old-fashioned way, with pen and paper. Several minutes passed as he transformed his desk from a cluttered heap into an organized workstation. In the pitch-dark corner, his desk was laid out with a journal, a pen, and a lamp shedding enough light for him to write. Sifu turned to the first page of his journal and grabbed his pen. He muttered. He quickly pulled from his shirt a pair of glasses and thought sadly, I didn't need to wear these 15 years ago, as he shook his head. There he was, comfortably positioned in his chair. He spent a moment staring at the blank page, gathering his thoughts, and finally placed pen to paper. That pressing feeling is the need to seek balance. Do your best not to ignore it. Sifu. So, that's the end of chapter 1. How are you guys doing? Still up for more? You hanging in there? You need to get up, stretch, hydrate, all that other neat stuff? Bez, I assume you finally made it home? Selene, what are you up to? I'm glad you guys are having a good time hanging out and chilling. Anybody who fell asleep while I was in the middle of this? Still there? Bueller? 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 Yeah, I kind of figured you were just thought I'd check because, you never know. You could have been stuck in traffic for the last 2 hours. Actually, I need to take a quick moment and go refill my water real quick, so I'll be right back. trade or die trade. Get that stretching and all that other stuff kind of going. Keep the circulation up. Yeah, alright. Okie doke. It's actually, pretty surprising. It's 2 hours of reading. Oops. Actually, a little bit more difficult than I kind of thought, but I think it's mostly the book, because the book itself has fairly small print. So I guess I got a little spoiled with ebooks and everything, being able to kind of scale them up and down without having to really worry about it. No, I mean, okay. I can just, as long as I go ahead and I take the breaks, we're good. We're all fine. So, I mean, the key thing, as long as you guys are enjoying yourselves, kicking back and listening, and, well, just listening. So, shall we just go ahead and get back into it? Alrighty then. Chapter 2. Aftershock. Do you guys actually even hear me turning the pages? "5 minutes after the fight. The events that unfolded that night were unexpected by all, and those hosting in the arena were ill-prepared. Security was lax, and media was usually kept to a minimum. Hey, if you fall asleep and everything, that's all good. That's, again, part of the coolness of this. You can always just kick back and have me on in the background and snooze. Hopefully you've got a good chair so it's comfortable. Or take me to bed in headphones. Whatever works. Page-turning ASMR. Maybe that's what I'll do one day for just like a regular ASMR. I'm just gonna sit there and it'll be like half hour of nothing but page-turning sound. Anyway. People smothered Kirin as she struggled to make her way back to the locker room. Her actions in the ring had made a beastly statement, but seeing her with the crowd revealed her true size. Kirin felt overwhelmed as her insecurities kicked in. She brushed her hair to cover a side of her face. The crowd represented society's status quo, consumed by quick and instant results. People wanted answers, as they were starving for any information about her. Throughout it all, Kirin remained silent. The unknown fighter 5 minutes ago turned instant celebrity. People were shouting at Kirin for answers. "Kirin, what's your last name? Where did you learn that style of fighting? Any plans to enter the league? Isn't it Kung Fu, not Gung Fu?" The crowd in the media continued to yell and push. Chaos reigned, and there were still 2 more fights remaining in the draw. As Kirin worked towards the locker room, one of the reporters fell down. Lacking empathy, the crowd continued to stampede over him so they could reach Kirin. Whatever it took, no matter the price, as long as you got what you needed, that was what society had come to. Kirin stopped and turned around. She went back, helped the man onto his feet, and dusted him off. He was very appreciative and said a quick "thank you." With a kind smile, Kirin responded, "No need to thank me. It's what normal people would do, right?" He nodded back to her and just smiled. The act of kindness went unnoticed as people kept showering her with more questions. Come on, honey, can you look over here for a shot? Kirin, why'd you throw the money? Kirin ignored the questions and continued to walk back to the locker room. Getting back had become a greater struggle than her match against DJ. While all eyes were focused on Kirin, one in particular had a greater intent. A stranger within the crowd was weaving his way through the frenzy as Kirin neared the locker room. Timing it perfectly as Kirin opened the door to enter, he grabbed Kirin firmly by the arm and pulled her into the room. The door slammed immediately behind them and with the crowd outside. For just a second, there was silence from the frenzied mob. Kirin was caught off guard and tried to figure out what had just happened. Tobias shoved Kirin's back against the locker and shouted, "Are you fucking crazy, Kirin? Do you have any idea what your stunt has done?" Refusing to back down, Kirin looked up, coming face to face with Tobias. "I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it all." Kirin shook her head in disgust and opened up her arms. "Look around us. Why should we hide in fear? She paused and then pounded her chest. "Like we're the ones at fault here. Sifu has always told us to know right from wrong." The door rattled upon impact. "Open up in there, will ya?" yelled the crowd outside. Tobias and Kirin ignored the demands. Tobias breathed in deeply, trying to calm down and be the voice of reason. "It's not a question of right or wrong, Kirin. Whatever your plan is, it's not going to fucking work." Kirin responded quickly. "We're not the minority, Tobias. There are others who are thinking the same thing." Frustrated by her stubborn response, Tobias said, "You know what a minority is, Kirin? A minority has at least a goddamn percentage. We are on our own. We're a fucking handful." He raised his voice and shouted, "How many times have I told you that we do not live in your mythical and magical Wing Chun world, in a gumdrop house on Lollipop Lane that's filled with logic and common fucking sense?" Kirin tried to interrupt, but Tobias continued to rant. "If you want to change the damn world, Kirin, then be a goddamn politician, because what you did tonight is gonna bring the goons out hunting." The pounding on the door grew louder. It seemed to be alive with its own heartbeat as the mob demanded that it be opened. Kirin shouted toward the door, "Everything's okay, I just need, a couple of minutes." Her comments did little to ease the tension of the crowd. Tobias ignored the sounds around him. "Do you know the chain of events you started with this? Are you prepared to deal with that?" Tobias stared deeply into Kirin's eyes. "Are you? Look at me, Kirin. Are you?" With conviction, Kirin shouted, "I am prepared to deal with this, Tobias. What makes you think I'm not?" Tobias shook his head in doubt. "Really? Really? You're prepared? Your actions expose not only us, but the entire fucking group. But most importantly, it exposes Sifu, goddammit." Tobias grew even more frustrated. "What have I always told you? Always protect the goddamn source. Did you include that in your master plan? Or is this another case of do first and deal with the consequences later?" Kirin yelled back, "How exactly does this expose Sifu? He hasn't taught in years. We haven't seen him in years." Kirin's face showed some sadness with her comment. "They're gonna dig, Kirin. Dig and find out everything about you." Tobias slammed his fist into the locker, showing his disgust. "Kirin, you are not alone. Your actions will always affect the people around you. Did it ever occur to you that maybe Sifu doesn't want to be found?" Kirin showed a first glimmer of doubt. Turning her head slowly away and staring at the floor, she whispered, "I am prepared to deal with this." She felt alone and vulnerable, questioning her own actions. Tobias saw this and felt an ounce of remorse. A pause between the two occurred as Tobias slowly and gently put his forehead against Kirin's in silence. The anger subsided to a sense of understanding as they closed their eyes, remembering how it once was or could have been. He looked toward the exit and then began walking the other way. He suddenly disappeared in the darkness and was lost in the shadows. Kirin watched as Tobias left without another word. A small tear rolled down her cheek as she let out a sigh. Kirin contemplated her next actions as the crowd continued to pound on the door. She looked around the entire locker area, measuring her surroundings. She yelled, "I need 1 more minute!" The pounding continued, and with annoyance growing, Kirin yelled, "For the love of God, give me 1 more freaking minute!" Just like that, the pounding stopped and gave her the grace of silence that she requested. She headed to her locker and gathered all her belongings: a backpack, her shoes, clothes, and ID. She quickly started packing it all. She scrambled to get all her stuff ready and held her robe. Kirin looked at it for a moment and then threw it on the floor. A minute later, she was back in her regular street clothes. She looked around one last time. Outside, a mob had gathered. The head of Chum Night emerged from the impatient crowd of reporters, security, and whoever else wanted a piece of the action. Nolan looked at his watch and began talking to his assistant. He said, "So, what information do you have on her?" His assistant was frantically looking through his pad to check his information. Finally, after scrolling for several minutes, he was able to pull up data on the fighter. Roger, the assistant, answered, "Let me see here." Nolan asked, "Well, come on, what's it say?" as he tapped his foot impatiently. His assistant squinted at the information and adjusted his glasses. "Just the standard information, sir. Nothing special. Just what we normally request." Nolan asked, "She signed the waiver, and you verified her ID, right?" His assistant replied, Of course we did." "What's her full name? Kirin what?" "It doesn't say Kirin on her information," Roger said as he fumbled with his pad to check further. Nolan stared at Roger's pad. "What?" Roger stuttered fearfully. Her ID that we copied reads Valerie Gina. With a curious look on his face, Nolan said, Valerie Gina. Why does that name sound so familiar? Nolan began rubbing his chin, pondering how he knew that name. Clueless, Roger waited like a pawn for his boss to come up with an answer. Nolan suddenly smacked his assistant on his head. Roger yelled, "Ouch, what was that for?" Nolan shook his head. "You idiot. Valerie Gina?" He spoke slower, hoping that Roger could pick up on the obvious. Valerie Gina. V.Gina. That's vagina, you fool. His assistant cowered again, expecting to be hit a second time as he quickly responded, "But, boss, we scanned her ID. It went through and she paid the entrance fee." Nolan, still upset, said, "What the hell, Roger?" Roger spoke. "I followed standard procedure, boss. You know, as long as they sign the waiver, pay the fee, and their ID clears the computer, we don't really care who enters the ring." Nolan was disgusted by the response, but realized it was the truth. "Regardless, you could have at least put more effort into looking at the stuff. I'll double check her info and run it through the system a couple more times, but I'm pretty sure if she faked the ID, all this information is no good either." Reporters overheard this and began pestering Nolan. "So, is it true you don't have any information on the fighter?" More pushing and shoving occurred as they got a whiff of this latest news. Nolan reassured him, No, we will have all the information. Just a slight glitch." Someone yelled, "Come on, it's been more than a minute already." That statement was justified, and the pounding resumed. A couple of minutes passed, but this time no response came from the other side of the door. "Where's maintenance?" Nolan demanded. "Call up Charlie and get him to open up this locker room door." A few minutes later, Maintenance came running with the keys. "Excuse me, coming through. Excuse me, coming through." The crowd ignored the request, making it tough for him to navigate through. Nolan yelled, "What took you so long?" The maintenance guy replied, "It's chaos out there, sir. I can barely move with that crowd." Looking for Roger, Nolan called, "Roger, get more security in the area and see if we can get the last 2 matches completed." Like a good assistant, Roger nodded his head and scurried away. Nolan confirmed the obvious. "Hurry up and open the door." The maintenance guy quickly unlocked the locker room door, and was shoved aside as everyone surged forward. Nolan turned to the crowd and said, "All right, time for some answers." He opened the door and walked into the locker room. People tumbled into the locker room like dominoes. It was an amusing sight to see. Everyone began looking around, but there was clearly no one to be found. Suddenly, all eyes fell on one object. Kirin's robe lay on the ground, the only proof that tonight's event had not been a dream. The crowd's need for immediate answers was not going to be filled tonight. The minute doing becomes trying is the moment you decide to quit. Sifu. Paging Valerie Gina. Paging Valerie Gina. Section 1. Short Stories Number 2. Kirin's Point of View. Lunchtime, 217 days. The Saturday class ended, but little did I know that the day was far from normal. Everything was wrapping up, and as usual, a handful of the guys were headed to eat out. The last weekend of every month, they would hit one of their favorite restaurants in the city. That day was special because they finally invited me to go with them to a place that specialized in chicken wings. I had overheard them talking about it for months, but this was my very first invitation. This was my chance to see if the taste lived up to the hype. Well, technically, they didn't invite me, but Sifu was kind enough to ask me to join. No, not Popeyes. This was actually based on a place that actually used to exist, but unfortunately it doesn't anymore. Regardless, I had my way in. I thought it was cool that Sifu joined the students for these events and everyone got extra learning time just hanging with him. It was win-win for those who were there. Good food, good company, and Wing Chun all wrapped into one. I started packing up my gear while others did the same, preparing to head out. Suddenly, the door slammed open as 3 muscular guys came marching into the school. They were dressed in traditional gi from head to toe. Heads immediately turned, but I was oblivious to what was going on. I didn't give it a second thought, because I first thought it was an overdramatic entrance for someone interested in joining the school. The mood quickly changed as tension filled the room. The lead guy was holding a rolled-up piece of paper and had a serious look on his face. He spoke not a single word and just stood there. Sifu took notice and walked casually toward our new guest. The guy handed the paper to Sifu, who briefly looked it over. Sifu showed no reaction as he read the document. Then he patted himself down and said, where'd I put my pen? All eyes were on Sifu as the students wondered what was about to happen. The lead guy pulled out a pen and made a motion to hand it over to Sifu. Just before the exchange occurred, he intentionally dropped the pen in front of Sifu. I watched what happened in next amazement and thought, wow, only Sifu with a grin. Now, if it had been anyone else, the pen would have been a slave to gravity and hit the floor. But as it was falling, somehow Sifu caught it with his shoe and managed to kick it back up to his hand. He simply smiled at the gentleman, as if to say that was no big deal, and proceeded to sign the paper. The three were definitely taken aback by his actions. Sifu turned around and made eye contact with Tobias. Tobias nodded his head as Sifu continued to the back room. He walked past everybody without saying a word. It seemed like both of them realized what was going on, but the rest of us were left to wonder. Tobias was the eldest of Sifu's students of this current generation. He had been with Sifu for close to 10 years. The handful of encounters I had with him were merely corrections within the classroom and nothing more than trivial chat. I didn't expect much more, considering he was 7 years older than I was. He was known as the guy when it came to Wing Chun, and I was told he was somewhat of a ladies' man. I needed some answers and looked around the room to see who might know what was going on. A quick scan led me to John, who was nearby. I was certain he would fill in the blanks for me. I shifted toward him, hoping I was right. John stood tall with geeky glasses. He was known as the class clown and sometimes pushed the boundaries of what was proper. There was also moments when he would crack a joke and have the class burst in laughter. I tapped him on the shoulder as I asked, "What's going on?" John whispered just loud enough so I could hear him, "This is a challenge match." With a look of bewilderment, I said, "That's cool." I followed that up with, "What's a challenge match?" The look John gave me said I should know, but I didn't. "Seriously?" he said. I shrugged my shoulders as if he were speaking a foreign language. He said, Come to think of it, you are only 12. I controlled my temper, knowing John was again unaware of his social faux pas. John continued, "They just started this 8 months ago, but it's a new law that allows schools to challenge one another. The loser has to shut down their school." I responded, "That's a law?" John shrugged his shoulders and said, "You know how it is. If you got the cash and the lobbyists, they pass a law, hide other stuff within it. They make it confusing enough that people don't bother to care, and that's just the way it is." Looking back at where I came from, the government did whatever it wanted to. I was beginning to wonder if there was any difference between the countries. Before I could ask anything else, John said, "Come on, let's get a good seat and watch." John waved me down to join him as I sat in anticipation for the events to unfold. Never having witnessed this before, I was hugging my legs and hiding behind them. I had no idea what to expect from the frenzy in front of me. Behind me, Big T and Danny had some side dealings going on. Big T was the biggest guy in school. He was bulky in the gut, and no one would wonder why someone his size would need Wing Chun. The T was a mystery to me, as no one ever called him by his real name. Danny, on the other hand, was the exact opposite, thin and skinny like a nail. It was an odd friendship that consisted of constant gambling together. Big T and Danny were sizing up the opponent and using their hands to calculate something. I caught bits and pieces of the conversation. Danny whispered, "What odds?" Big T said, 3-1 that Tobias takes him out in one move. Danny gazed at Tobias, studying him. I don't know. He looks like he doesn't have his game face on." I sat quietly thinking, if he loses, the school shuts down. Why wouldn't he be up for this? Big T tried to sweeten the deal. "Okay, 4-1 Tobias takes him out in 2 moves. Danny pondered that for a minute and said, "How much we betting?" 20 credits? 30, and you got yourself a deal. I turned around to see both of them smiling, each thinking he got the better of the deal. Listening to all this, I shook my head, wondering why I was the only one who seemed worried about what was going to transpire. Tobias and his challenger were standing in the center of the room. His opponent started warming up and pacing back and forth, likely to get some blood circulating and calm his nerves. He did several kinds of stretches in preparation for the fight. His other 2 companions stood at attention, like they were his bodyguards, It looked kind of amusing, like it was right out of a comic book. I gazed over at Tobias, who was on his phone texting. I assumed it was one of his many girlfriends. He looked as if he didn't have a care in the world. He was still busy texting as he ran up to me and handed me his phone. Tobias said, "Hey kid." I interjected, "It's Kirin." Yeah. Tell me if I get a text back." Puzzled, I asked, "When exactly would you like me to do that during your fight?" Tobias nonchalantly said, "As soon as you get a text, just wave to me, okay?" I shouted back, "Don't you think you should warm up or something?" Fortunately, my suggestion did not fall upon deaf ears. Tobias nodded. "Robert, come here. Let's roll." I breathed a sigh of relief as I thought, well, at least he's warming up. Tobias and Robert stood opposite one another and did Chisao, a unique hand-to-hand drill found exclusively in Wing Chun. The main guy caught a glimpse of this and patted one of his friends on the chest, laughing. "Look at these idiots. They're playing patty cake," he said in a mocking feminine voice, loud enough for everyone to hear. Tobias made a slight head gesture to the side, but continued to roll with Robert. I looked around for Sifu and found him in the back room looking for something. I was surprised by how casual he seemed. He looked like he didn't care about the fight. A few more minutes passed, and the challenger gave a signal he was ready to fight. Tobias pulled away from Robert and patted him on the back, saying, "Thanks, man." Robert wished him luck and sat back with the rest of us, waiting for the fight to unfold. The fight was about to begin as both guys stood about 10 feet from one another. The guy posed in a guard, moving slightly in and out. Tobias had no guard, nothing at all, almost as if he were waiting in line for them to let him into a movie. He was formless, something I did not expect. I thought, shouldn't he be in his basic stance? Suddenly, the guy closed the gap and lunged for his legs. Tobias moved in as well, disrupting his opponent's timing and balance. He bounced right back onto his butt like he had run into a wall. He looked a little embarrassed and He looked a little embarrassed and landed in an awkward position. Tobias backed up and allowed him to stand. The opponent dusted himself off and got ready to move in. Again, Tobias stood there like he was on his coffee break. He flashed a look at me for confirmation, and I quickly shook my head, indicating there was no darn text. He grimaced, seeming bothered that he hadn't received the text. I, on the other hand, was just bewildered by his behavior. His opponent made a fake jab to Tobias's face and shot for his legs again. Tobias bypassed the fake, recognizing it as nothing but fluff. When he went for his legs, Tobias moved in again. As his opponent tried to grab Tobias by the legs, he shoved his head straight down to the ground and then backed off. I had to admit, if that was a photo opportunity, that would have been one kick-ass pose. The guy ate dirt and didn't take kindly to having his face planted. He got up from kissing the floor with his nose spilling blood. He went to the corner to be aided by his friends, who helped stop the blood from spreading. I wasn't sure why he was trying to take Tobias down, because our school didn't have any mats and was just a solid wood floor. Tobias looked at me again, while the other fighter was being aided. I held up my hand and signaled him a 0. He shook his head in disgust and looked back at me with his one eyebrow raised as he shouted, "0?" and matched my hand. I nodded to confirm. Sifu finally came back from the back room. He had grabbed a light jacket and possibly some credits. Tobias quickly turned his head. Sifu looked at him intensely, pointed at the clock, and then strangely grabbed his belly. I was befuddled. It looked like Sifu was more concerned about eating lunch than the possibility of losing the fight and shutting down the school. When the match resumed, Tobias looked like a different person. He definitely had his game face on. The other set up in guard again and was ready to go, but blood covered his uniform. Tobias didn't wait for him. He just decided to move in with such ferocity that his opponent looked literally in shock. He stumbled back off balance, but went low for a third time for a grab. As his head went down, Tobias launched a fist to his head. It was just how Sifu taught us. Always move in and always dominate the center line. The hit seemed to be in slow motion as it rocked his foundation, But Tobias didn't stop there. He followed it up with a series of multiple hits, even though the poor fellow looked like he was already limp from the first. Just like that, the fight was over. I had to admit, I was impressed. It was a masterpiece of destruction that Tobias composed in front of everyone. The challenger's two friends pulled him up to his feet to drag him out of the school. I saw Big T hand Danny the credits for his winnings. Danny smiled and gloated. Everyone around started gathering their stuff as if nothing had happened. I was covered in sweat from what seemed like a lifetime of excitement. As the guys dragged their companion out of the school, Tobias shouted, "Hey fellas, how's the patty cake taste now?" Embarrassed and beaten, the guys had no reply and walked out in shame. Big T nudged Robert on the arm and said, "Is it me or does Tobias give the coolest fuck you face?" Robert looked at Big T and both nodded in agreement. Tobias came up to me and asked, "No one texted?" I had forgotten and saw that someone did text him. "Oh, sorry, someone did text. I kind of forgot with all the excitement." Tobias rolled his eyes and snatched his phone from my hand. "Thanks a lot, Carmen," he said sarcastically as he walked away, checking his text. I heard him mumble, "Hello, booty call." I yelled, "It's Kirin, Kirin," but was drowned out by the chatter amongst the other students. I looked around and realized no one cared what I had just said. I grabbed Danny by the arm. "Danny, you know my name, right?" Danny snickered, and with a look of confidence he said, "Yeah, of course I know your name, Karen." He walked away and started chatting with Tobias. I shook my head and looked at Big T. If anyone would remember my name, it would be Big T. I ran over to him as he was grabbing his stuff and said, Big T, you know my name, right?" He looked up to the right side of his eyes and said, "Sure, little sister. Your name is, Bianca. Yeah, Bianca?" Then he gave me a huge smile, as if he was proud that he remembered my name. I just looked at him with my jaw dropping on the floor. Bianca, I thought. At least the other two goofs were in the general ballpark. In a span of less than 5 minutes, I was known as Carmen, Karen, and fricking Bianca. I stood there dejected as everyone celebrated around me. I looked over at Tobias as Tobias grabbed his stuff and looked at the rest of the gang. With a huge smile on his face, he roared and then shouted, "Who's hungry?" Sifu waved for the rest of us to move out of the class. "Hurry up, otherwise it'll be a long wait before we can get seats." I shook my head and thought, this is my school? Taking a stand. Oh wait, hang on, let me go ahead and rehydrate real quick. Taking a stand. 238 days. Zipping down the sidewalks on my little red bike, I was in a rush to get to class early. I felt starved for information, as one Saturday to the next felt like an eternity. I just had so much to ask Sifu because I spent most of my time practicing stuff on my own. My helmet felt off. It drooped over my eyes after every bump, but it served its purpose as it covered my head. It was busier than normal with people hanging around the neighborhood interacting with one another. I waved to some of the regulars along the way. There was Mrs. Chin, a middle-aged Chinese woman who worked her food stand. I often grabbed snacks from her after class, as she cooked delicious food that she sold to support her family. After clearing the corner, I could see the school from about 50 yards away. I was early, and I doubted that even Sifu was there to open the school. Regardless, it did not matter. I was in the mood to train, and I pressed harder to make my bike even faster. When I got to the school, which was nestled in the corner, I noticed 4 guys hanging out in front of it. "Ugh, stupid helmet," I said out loud as I wrestled with removing it. The laughter from the four guys was loud as I parked my bike on the side. I looked up to see what all the commotion was all about and noticed they were spray painting something on the window and wall of the school. I dropped my bike and did not bother locking it up. The main guy was busy spraying "Kung Fu Sucks" in bold black. His companion, who surrounded him, were laughing and giving suggestions on how to graffiti my school. I shouted at the top of my lungs, "What do you think you're doing?" They all glanced over and laughed at me before continuing to deface the school. I screamed again, "Listen, you jerks, stop doing that." One of the sidekicks decided to face me. He said, "Hey, just mind your business and walk away, kid." The other guy said, "Dude, why don't you make a smiley face and slant the eyes?" They started giggling together and continued to make racial slurs in the process. "Me loved you long time," one said, adding "aso" as the laughter continued. The main guy started making a circle and slanting the eyes inside. Now I was really pissed. I removed my helmet and looked around. I was certain I was not the only one seeing this, but no one else was willing to do anything about it. "Listen, stop vandalizing my school," I gritted my teeth in anger. This time, my words caught their attention, and they all turned around. "Oh shit, guys. It's just a fucking girl," said one of the thugs. Another said, You take classes here, little girl?" "Look, if anything, we're doing you a favor. This kung fu crap doesn't work," said the main thug. I thought, "Dumbass, it's gung fu, not kung fu." My anger grew as I went to the main guy and tried to grab the spray can from his hand. "Give me that spray can," I shouted. He teased me, keeping it just out of my range as I jumped each time to grab it. The group of guys were not impressed by my effort, and the main guy shoved me to the ground. After seeing me fall on my butt, the main guy turned to his group. He smacked one friend on the chest and said, Wing Chun Kung Fu." They all laughed, snickering as I lay there watching. Then they turned around and continued to ruin the front of the school. I was livid lying on the ground. I refused to be helpless, not this time. I quickly grabbed my helmet and started shaking when I made a fist. They were continuing their destruction, oblivious to the consequence. I was nothing to them. They were distracted, so I took advantage of it. I did not have much Wing Chun skill at the time, but I had crazy on my side. The main guy had to pay, so he was going to get it the worst. He had to be made the example. I darted up behind him and gave him an uppercut with every ounce of power I had, right to his balls. He howled and dropped a spray can, yelling, "Ah!" He fell to his knees as if to pray, holding his groin in pain. That drew the attention of the other three guys, two of whom were close to him. When they turned toward me, I swung my bike helmet with my left hand like a hook, catching both of them in the face and knocking them both back. Whack! I lost control as my helmet flew upon impact. The thug to my furthest right went straight down in a splatter of blood, and the other thug flew back into the guy furthest away from me, staggering his movement to get to me. The swing was so harsh it had spun me around as well, knocking me off balance as I tumbled to the ground. Finally, the fourth guy managed to get around his companion and started charging toward me. I was in a bad position, but I quickly looked around and saw the spray can to my side. One step more, and he was right up on top of me, ready to take a full swing and make me pay for the price of my action. I reached for the spray can and brought it up just as he drew back to his... I reached for the spray can and brought it back up as he drew back to hit me. Before he could swing, I unloaded the contents into his face. "What the ah!" he screamed with full fury as the paint went into his eyes. I emptied the entire can into his face. He staggered around blind and tried to clear his eyes. I dropped the can as he stood helpless in front of me. I closed the gap just like in the drills we had done in class and punched him square down the center, knocking him back. What happened in mere seconds had felt like an eternity, and the other guys were starting to recover. As I stood there wondering what to do next, the effects of the ball hit was wearing off, and the other guy who ate the helmet said, "Holy shit, that bitch broke my nose." as his blood dripped down his face. I was in trouble. I panicked as I started to run, leaving my helmet and the bike. I didn't look back as I was sure they were catching their breath, ready to get me. While I had been going to school for 8 months now, I was very unfamiliar with the neighborhood. I always took the same path from my house to the school. As I started zigging and zagging from one street to a corner, I heard from a distance, "There she is!" I passed by Mrs. Chin, who saw me running in a panic. She quickly yelled, "Run, Kirin, I'll get some help." I faintly heard what she said, but was too concerned with getting away. I did not know what to do or where to go, so I searched frantically for somewhere to hide. No one was around to help me. I turned around again and saw Mrs. Chin trying to help me by blocking the thugs, but they quickly shoved her to the ground. I stopped, wanting to help her, but she looked up from the ground and shouted, "Go, Kirin, go!" The flashback of my parents brought tears to my eyes as I turned and ran. I thought to myself as tears dripped down my face, I shouldn't have left her. I shouldn't have left them. "Over here, I see her," said one of the thugs. I ducked around the corner and ran further down an alley. I was hoping that this was the right way to hide from them, but my luck ran out as the alley ended abruptly, leaving me cornered. "Oh crap," I said in panic, out of breath. I looked left and right, and then all around. This is not good. I turned around to backtrack to look for another place to go, but then all 4 of the guys blocked my path. The shadows grew the further they stepped into the alley, making them appear even bigger. I stepped backwards and tried to climb the wall. I started screaming, "Help! Help! Somebody help me!" No one came, not a single soul. I was in trouble as I turned to face them. I had to escape. I was scared, and I shivered in pain as I placed my guard hands up, ready to take my last stand. I could not stop shaking. "Look at my face. It's all spray painted in black. What are you complaining about? I'm gonna kick her fucking ass. Look what she did to my nose." Now, boys, we're all gonna have a little revenge," said the main thug. I did not know what to do as they talked amongst themselves, forming a wall. While they were in mid-discussion, I decided to close the gap again and went for a punch. This time, he ducked out of the way and I missed completely. The next thing I knew, something hit me in the stomach, which brought me to the ground. "Ugh," I said as I was on my knees, clutching my stomach. I could not breathe. I just stared up at all 4 of them. They began to laugh as they circled around me. "What did I tell you, little girl? That shit don't work, and especially now that you aren't catching us off guard," said the main thug. I could barely hear what they were saying as I struggled to breathe, and I clenched my stomach in gut-wrenching pain. "Alright guys, grab her and hold her down." They surrounded me and grabbed my arms and legs. I didn't know what they were going to do, but I started to cry and struggle. "Help! Help me! Someone!" I tried to scream, but nothing came out. I could barely move from all of them pinning me down. "Hold the bitch down while I teach her a lesson." Then the main guy got next to me, and I could see the evil in his eye. I struggled earnestly, but it did little to alter the situation. In a flash, I felt his foot hit my ribs. Thump. "Ugh," I coughed, gasping for air as everything became a blur. I heard the sound of laughter continue as I lay on the ground. I did not know what would happen next, but I feared the worst. The main guy got on top of me, and I could feel his weight pressing. He lifted his fist for another strike. Just as he began his punch, I looked away and closed my eyes. I waited for the impact of the hit, but instead, I felt the weight of his body disappear from me. I opened my eyes and saw him fly across the alley into the fence. I was still unaware of what was happening, but the motion of 2 figures creating a storm of action appeared before me. Now screams filled the air, and attacks were coming from all directions. "What's going on? What's happening?" I mumbled as I struggled to sit up. My eyes widened when I saw Doc and Tobias in action. I pieced together what was happening. Curling like a baby, grasping my stomach in pain, I watched them work. It felt like a dream. Tobias and Doc were working in tandem. While they may have been outnumbered, their advantage was their undeniable skill. It was incredible to see, as they worked in perfect sync with one another, neither one saying a word. Each one knew what the other would do, as they'd spent years training, leading them to trust one another. Doc moved with precision and accuracy, catching his opponents off guard before they even had time to react. His opponent would have that surprised look on his face, wondering, how was that possible? Tobias, who I had witnessed before in challenge matches, was even more relentless. He struck fear in the hearts of his opponents just by being in their presence. Once in their range, he suffocated them with attacks. They didn't stand a chance. One last guy remained, and Doc tossed him towards Tobias. Tobias turned around just as he was in range and delivered the pain. After several blazing attacks, his opponent crumpled to the ground. To add further insult to injury, he did a front kick so hard his opponent's body flew and hit the fence. In a matter of seconds, they remained standing while the rest were lined up against the wall. Tobias yelled, "Doc, check on her, make sure she's okay." Doc approached me as I anguished in pain. Doc tried to comfort me and said, it's okay, Kirin. You're safe now. Are you okay?" Tobias looked at the beaten four, pointing with his finger as he said, "Do not move from that spot. I'll deal with you in a second." Tobias then turned around and came over to check on me. He said sternly, "What were you thinking?" I quietly whispered in places. I had to protect the school, as I made an effort to smile through my pain. For some reason, Tobias smiled after my comment and then asked, "Which one, Kirin? Which one was spray painting the school?" I looked at the blurry images of the four but was able to pick out the ringleader. I pointed and Tobias looked at him. He panicked and looked to his friends to support, but they were all too afraid to do anything. He stuttered and said, I'm sorry. We were just having fun and we weren't going to hurt her, just scare her. I swear. We'll clear the graffiti from the wall." Tobias looked at him and said, "Oh, I know you're going to clean that up, because if you don't, I'm going to hunt every one of you down." Tobias took a moment to let that statement sink in. "Tell me," he shouted at all of them. "You think you're a tough guy beating on a little girl?" No, I meant nothing by that. Seriously, it wasn't personal." He waved both his hands at Tobias, begging forgiveness. Tobias yelled, "Show me the hand you used to spray the wall." The ringleader only stared at him dumbly. "Show it!" he shouted even louder as spit flew from his mouth. The ringleader cautiously extended an arm forward, shaking in fear. Tobias looked at Doc and said, "Cover her." Doc immediately got in front and blocked my view. Doc said, "You don't need to see this. Everything's going to be okay." I had no idea what was about to happen as Doc held my hand. I could hear Tobias talking. "I know it wasn't personal. Neither is this," said Tobias. Crack! Ah! The cry of pain echoed throughout the alley into the streets, scaring all the pigeons on the rooftop, scattering them. My arm! What the fuck?" I heard a tussle on the ground as the screams continued. I was able to peek and saw that the other three thugs were watching in horror. They could not do a thing to help out their companion. "Now listen. Pick up this douchebag and get the hell out of here. Now! And remember, today mercy was shown." They quickly grabbed their companion and disappeared like rats into the darkness. Tobias came back and asked, "Doc, is she alright?" Checking on me, Doc said, "I think she got the wind knocked out of her." I heard the sound of more footsteps coming around as I noticed Robert, Ken, Big T, Ryan, and Danny surround me. Ryan said, "Is Kirin okay?" Doc assured them I was and helped me sit up. Tobias shook his head. You're totally crazy. You barely know any Wing Chun, and you took on 4 guys and managed to do some good damage. He exhaled. As I sat up from the ground, I whispered, It's Kirin. Kirin. Kirin's my name. Tobias said, My apologies, Kirin. What you did today was extremely brave. I promise I shall not forget your name. The guys hovered around me, making sure everything was okay. Tobias looked at them and me and said, Guys, make sure you remember. Make sure you never forget. This is Kirin. All the guys looked at me differently, staring me in the eyes. At that moment, I was accepted by the Corps, as I had earned their respect. Big T felt embarrassed and nudged Robert. Damn it, I've been calling her Bianca. Why the hell didn't anyone correct me? Robert looked at him. What the frick? Where the heck did that name come from? Big T simply shrugged his shoulders. They all looked at each other laughing as I smiled. The foundation of the greatest structure is to believe in yourself. Sifu. The hell? I thought her name was Bianca. Yeah. So, how are you guys enjoying the ride? You guys doing good? Act of kindness, 343 days. A handful of us were headed out with Sifu. We had just had a good time training, and it was time to eat. Good was a relative term, as everyone was leaving class wondering why they couldn't do what Sifu could. Doc asked me, Why are you so bummed, Kirin? My God, my role stinks, I said depressingly. Robert said, Yeah, it does. I frowned. Thanks, jerk. Robert said, Hey, I was paying you a compliment. How is that a compliment? It's still way better than Danny's, and he's been here longer than you, said Robert. Robert leaped onto Robert's back. Danny leaped onto Robert's back and pretended to choke him. I giggled at them, thinking they reminded me of my brothers. Danny said, That's my plan. Robert asked, How's that a plan? Danny replied, I have everything to gain by not being the best. Get it? We all looked at Danny, wondering if he was dropped often as a child. Ryan said, Why can't I leave class feeling like I accomplished something? I always leave more depressed. Ken replied, Maybe you need some more homemade Prozac. Ryan answered dryly, Yes, after lunch I'll stop by and get some more ice cream. Sifu interjected, If you leave class happy, that means you didn't learn anything. Tobias said, I must be living a ton, because I feel suicidal. We all laughed, but at the same time, we all knew the feeling. Doc said, Maybe you guys would prefer going to a UFMF school so you could get a colorful belt or a shiny trophy. Ken then said, I don't need a belt, but a word of encouragement from my Sifu every now and then would be nice. Sifu looked at Ken. Ken, is there a word in the dictionary that means worse than sucks? Ken replied, I don't think so. Sifu said, Then that's good. Ken looked around, dazed and confused about whether that was a compliment or not. As we continued walking to the restaurant, I started to notice something odd. I was side by side with Sifu, while the rest of the gang seemed intent on keeping a good distance from us. I looked around to confirm that it was not just my imagination. Sifu said, "Kirin, give me a second. I'll catch up." "Okay," I replied as I ran up to the rest of the guys. The guys were busy chatting, so I interrupted them. Sifu's busy doing something. They looked behind me and noticed Sifu was engaged in a conversation with a man on the street. I asked, "Can I ask you guys a question?" Doc replied, "Sure, Kirin, what?" I felt too embarrassed to ask, but said, "I may just be imagining this, but it seemed like you guys were purposely walking away from Sifu and me. Did I say something wrong?" Everyone began laughing as Doc put his hand around my shoulder. Doc said, "Kirin, it's not you, it's Sifu." Confused, I admitted, "I don't get it." Doc looked around, seeking approval from the group. Finally, he said, "We're not in the best of neighborhoods, right?" I shook my head in agreement. Then he stared at me as if the answer was obvious. "Well, that's why we're not next to Sifu." I cringed, thinking the safest place to be the safest thing would be next to Sifu. Doc smiled. "I know what you're thinking, that it would be the safest thing to be next to him, right?" I nodded and said, "Of course." Doc shook his head and replied, Kirin, you have to understand Wing Chun philosophy. Let's say you are walking next to Sifu, and suddenly a mugger comes. He then demands money. What do you think would happen next?" I answered, "Sifu would spring into action and kick his butt." Doc had a smirk on his face. "I believe you are 100% correct that Sifu would do that. However," I stared at him wondering, what's the catch? Doc blurted out, "He would use you as a shield." I looked at him in disbelief and said, "Why would he do that?" "Think about it, Kirin. It would create a moment of confusion. The mugger would be frozen, never ever expecting that would happen. And when it does, Sifu would use that to his advantage to finish him." I stood there silently and listened to the logic. In a way, one could argue that it made sense. I looked at the guys, and they all looked like they were being sincere. I just couldn't believe it. There was no way this could be true. While I was busy contemplating that idea, all the guys were focused on Sifu. I turned around and saw Sifu speaking to a homeless person. He went through his pocket and pulled out some credits. As we approached, we heard him say, "What's your name?" "Lance." "Lance, hopefully this helps a little," said Sifu. Lance was appreciative. It looked like he hadn't eaten for a while. He was dressed up in old army fatigues and had a backpack that he guarded by his side. "What's your story, Lance?" asked Sifu. "Well, sir, I'm a former Army Special Forces. My body's been torn up a bit, and I've had some bad luck on the way. One thing led to another, and I've been trying to get back on my feet," said Lance. I looked at him, as his last words seemed to bring the most pain. Sifu gave him a pat on the shoulder. "I'm sure your luck will turn around." They were merely words from Sifu's mouth, but they appeared to comfort Lance. Watching Sifu interact with people, it almost seemed like he had the power of suggestion. Afterwards, I pulled out some credits and well and said, "Hope this helps." Lance smiled and said, "Thank you, ma'am. I hope one day I can return the favor." I looked at him kindly and said, "Take care of yourself, and that'll be enough." He was taken aback by my comment and then smiled. "By the way, the name is Lance, ma'am." I giggled as he called me ma'am. "It's Kirin," I said. We waved our goodbyes and started walking toward the restaurant. Robert said, "Come on, Sifu. How do you know that guy wasn't faking? There are hundreds of guys out in the street. Some of them are just too lazy to work." I felt something, but whether he was or wasn't is not the point, replied Sifu. "I don't understand, Sifu. What's the big deal?" asked Robert. "I can only speak from my experience. But there are many points in a person's life when he or she feels lost and alone. While it may be natural to feel this, it's at those points where decisions are made that lead to one path or another. That's why I'm very cautious about being quick to judge. Personally, if I feel the need to judge, I judge from within, said Sifu. I asked him, so do you see it as the universe balancing things out? Actually, I believe the universe doesn't balance things out. The choices you make do. In the end, we are equal. I am no better than him just because I have more in my bank account. When you start judging people aloud, that is the ego trying to put you in a higher place. Looking back at points in my life, I see I could have easily chosen another path that would have drastically altered the state where I am now. And while you all may be young and don't have much past to reference from, if you take some time to ponder, you will see what I mean. I glanced around and saw that everyone was affected by Sifu's words. I don't believe in random encounters. Energies are drawn to each other for whatever reason, and along the way, if one pays attention to it, something as simple as a word of encouragement or a helping hand can get someone back on track. I said nothing but listened to the words of Sifu. Every word he'd ever spoken always seemed to touch me. I started feeling emotional. "What's up, Kirin? What's wrong?" inquired Doc. I know you guys don't know me too well, but as lousy as that guy may be doing, I came from a place even worse. I escaped from North Korea with my family. "You're adopted, right, Kirin?" asked Ken. "I am, Ken. My family tried to escape, but Sorry, Kirin, I didn't know. I didn't mean to bring it up," Ken apologized. I was choked up and tried to hold back the tears. I cleared my throat and said, "That memory, no matter how long it's been, always feels fresh." "I think it was sweet that Sifu showed a stranger an act of kindness," I said. "If not for the gentleman who helped me, I would not have made it." I guess Sifu was right. At that lowest point, the universe tried to give a helping hand to me. The mood turned somber as my emotions were felt by all. "Hey, Sifu, can you wait a minute?" said Robert. Robert turned to everyone as they looked at him. He nodded his head. All the guys started heading toward Lance as Sifu and I just stood there watching. I could see from a distance that they stopped in front of Lance, and then each one fumbled in their pockets for some credits before handing them to him. He stood up in front of them and saluted. The guys patted him on the back, thanked him for his service to the country, and then walked away. Sifu whispered to me. Lance was not lying. When he said he was trying to get back on his feet, he meant it literally. He looked at Sifu and asked, "What do you mean?" Sifu leaned over and said, "His right leg. It's a prosthetic." I stared at him in wonder and thought, how does he see all this? The guys all came back huffing and puffing. Ryan commented, "Maybe Wing Chun should add more cardio." As they all huddled together, I gave every single one of them a hug. When you can control the ego, then you will see everything as equal. Sifu. Section 2. Sifu's Journey, Entry Number 2. The Path. End of summer, 2029. The summer night was extremely warm, but Sifu blasted his air conditioner to counter the heat. He liked the ice-cold feeling surrounding his body. It was another restless night for Sifu. He'd been tossing and turning in bed for hours, trying to fall asleep. It had gotten worse the last several weeks, that nagging feeling of uneasiness. He looked over to his side to see what time it was. The clock glowed brightly with the numbers 2:30. He sighed deeply and closed his eyes as he realized he'd wasted several hours fidgeting on the bed. He couldn't seem to get that anxious feeling out of his system. Both meditation and sleep had failed him. Might as well get up, he muttered as he tried to justify it. Thought soon became action as he slowly sat up on the side of his bed. His feet pressed upon the cold hardwood floor as he took a moment to gather himself. He wasn't sure what he wanted to do, as he could only see the outline of his room at night. Taking great care not to make a noise, he moved to the bedroom entrance. "There's nothing for me to do here," he said, and slowly headed to the direction of the kitchen. In the kitchen, he opened the fridge and spent the next several minutes staring into it. His choices were limited, with only a single yogurt and orange juice inside the fridge. Neither one looked appealing, so he decided to save on the calories. His thoughts were definitely elsewhere. Still lost in random thought, he entered the living room and sat by his desk. It was spotless like his entire place. Maybe I need to write something? He headed over to grab a seat and opened the journals he'd been working on. He noticed that he'd made progress as he turned to chapter 2. The page was blank and in need of content. Again, he stared into the pages, but nothing came out. Minutes passed as frustration hit. He slammed his hand on the desk, and suddenly something fell from the edge. "Crap," he said quietly, regretting the amount of noise he made. He looked around him to see if his noise had disturbed anyone. From the corner of his eye, he could see what had fallen. He reached for it, lifted it from the ground, and stared at a lottery ticket that Simo had played. Sifu held it at the edges, balancing the ticket on the tip of his fingers. His emotions rose as he was about to tear it and throw it all away. Instead, Sifu pulled back and sank, regaining control as he casually placed the ticket back where it belonged. "Well, it's not the writing. Nothing's coming to me," he said in frustration. His eyes skimmed over the living room area, and he saw a picture hanging on the wall. It was Sifu's favorite picture of Simo. She had given it to him on his birthday several years ago. For a brief moment, his anxiety turned to a smile as he briskly moved toward it. Sifu admired the picture. Encased in a simple 8x10 black frame was a picture of Simo eating noodles. He'd never been sure why, but it had always been his favorite picture of her. He spent the next several minutes studying the picture, glancing over every detail of her face. He then realized that the picture captured that simple look that Simo always gave him. It was that look that reminded him of how much she loved him. Sifu turned around, wondering what time it was. 4:43. 2 hours had passed, and still nothing accomplished. His smile disappeared as his uneasiness returned. He reached out to touch the picture, but before his hand touched it, it fell. His skills kicked into high gear as he reacted quickly enough and caught it before it hit the ground. He checked the hook, but found it was solidly on the wall. "How'd this fall?" he asked, taking some sign from the universe. He looked at the picture and saw that it was crooked inside. He shook it several times until it appeared to be back in place. He then took a moment to clean a little dust that was on it before gently hanging it back up on the wall. Tilting his head back and forth, he could see it was still not quite right. Frustrated, He grabbed the picture again and this time removed it from the frame. Staring again at the picture of Simo, he decided to look at the back of it. "What is this?" Sifu murmured, caught off guard. The back of the picture was covered in Simo's writings. He was definitely curious about what he had just discovered. He looked at a random passage written in Japanese and read it. Wow, this print is small. Nabe wa futosetsu satete hiba. Whatever, there's an English translation right below it. You guys don't need to hear me try to actually struggle reading Japanese. Bring pot to boil and skim off any chunks or foam that float to the surface. Repeat this process until it is free from foam or chunks. This will take about 30 minutes. Yeah, it's a little bit too small for me to actually kind of read it and stuff this late at night or whatever. Sorry, I'm old. Sifu just sat there for several minutes reading Simo's work. Sifu always thought that she had such beautiful handwriting. It was her recipe. All these years, he'd had the picture, and he'd never realized that she had jotted the recipe down here. A deep breath, followed by a big yawn, and for the first time all night, Sifu felt tired. He took the frame and aligned it back on the wall. "I think it's time to go to sleep." He grabbed the picture, turned off the lights in the living room, and quietly made his way back to the bedroom. Yeah, I mean, it's in hiragana, so I could read it, but like I said, it's a little bit smaller than I would prefer to try to read it this time of night. So that was the end of chapter 2. So what do you guys think? Like I said, hopefully I'm keeping the scuff to a minimum while I'm reading it and everything, and not disrupting the flow too much, or too badly at least. Yeah, it's a really interesting story, and you can kind of get a really good idea of the author, pretty much Ed's philosophy and everything. And yes, in the school and everything, those characters and stuff are they're all based on real people, real people, actual dialogue that may or may not have occurred. I can neither confirm nor deny. Of course, not all the events were actually occurred, but even so. Well, I'm glad that you guys enjoyed listening. So this was actually, like I said, surprisingly, that was the first 2 chapters, which, was about 62 pages. And I don't know, how many chapters are in book 1? Let's see here. 2, 8, 12 chapters in the first book. Yeah, I didn't realize, I mean, that's 62 pages. That's a heck of a lot, I guess. So, I think, it was a fairly, well, it did feel like a lot, but I mean, overall, I think I'm pretty good. Wow, 62 pages in almost 4 hours. Yeah, I mean, and if you think about it, the first, the first half hour was me kind of working through the stream scuff and stalling. So, what do you think? Shall we go ahead and kind of continue this on I don't mean tonight, but I mean shall we continue? Holy crap, what is today? Thursday? Yeah. Should we continue Thursdays as story time, story nights? Cool. Well, great. Like I said, this is all about being chill and relaxed and everything. So whether you are, just actively listening and, well, doing nothing else, I guess, or if you're got me on in the background, or if you're otherwise hanging out and just hanging loose and relaxing, or even if you wind up dozing off and falling asleep, to the stream. Number 1, glad you're here. Number 2, mission accomplished. Because that's really the main thing that I want. Entertainment to relax and put you to sleep. Not that I'm saying that it's not necessarily not going to be exciting around these parts, but you never know. Especially on the days that we actually do script readings. Anything could happen at that point, right? So then, yeah, I think definitely I'm going to go ahead and reserve Thursday nights for story time, and we'll just go ahead and continue going through the rest of the book. And again, if you feel like, reading ahead or picking it up on your own, I highly encourage you to go pick up a copy of Cast of Shadows, available on Amazon. Feel free to follow Kirin Rise on Twitter if you like. Show Ed and Ron some love. Let them know you like their work. Yeah, I'm going to ask Ron again about this because he, like I said earlier, he decided to look into seeing if hardcovers were going to be available on Amazon, and I believe he said that they would be. I think they have to do a little bit of tweaking on their side to do some stuff, but yeah, I believe hardcovers will be available at some point. I was going to ask the guys if they happen to have any around. Okay, cool. So somebody reselling them, that's cool. That's good. Sweet, sweet. So, this was a lot of fun. I'm glad you guys came and hung out. Definitely one of the more relaxing streams, I think. Well, I don't know. I don't know what it's like on your guys' side. Wait, what? The paperbacks were 200? Hold up, what? $200? That's kind of trippy. For all three? Like the whole set? Okay, Interesting. I'll ask him about it. Thanks for all your efforts. You are very welcome, Lumi. I'm glad you guys came and hang. I'm glad you came by. Yeah. Oh, really? It got updated? I'm gonna ask them about that because that just okay. See, now that's more like what I was expecting. Somebody was on some bullshit. Okay. Good. Yeah, it could be that too. Anything like, temporary, whatever. So. But yeah, it's a much more reasonable price, and that actually all works out. That's much better. Okay. That's what I would expect for a typical paperback. You know? See, now I always wonder who's like lurking and not and stuff, because apparently the viewer count isn't always the same, and some people are stealth lurking, you can't really see, and that's fine. I mean, I guess I don't really need to know. I'm just always kind of curious. Like after I found out, like for example, Sarantina mentioned one time that she had been lurking, and I kind of heard the nonsense we were messing around and joking about one time and stuff. I'm like, wait, you were there? I didn't even see you. So now I'm just kind of like, they're watching, they're in the walls, they're somewhere that I can't see. But I mean, yeah, there's like the bots and whatever else, and I just try to ignore them, because otherwise it looks like I've got a full house. But hey. So, that being said, I am thinking, since it's already been, well, I mean, it's been 47 minutes. Watch Iwasaki always want. It almost doesn't feel right. It's like I haven't hit the 4-hour mark yet, and somehow this is just like, But wait, this doesn't feel natural. So I figured maybe we'll talk for a few minutes and everything, or talk for a little bit before we go ahead and call it. What do you think? So, speaking of which, Zeb, I am glad that you are motivated to keep writing scripts. So, I am very much looking forward to more of your work in the future, and to reading it on stream even. Also, you know what? I gotta apologize if you guys happen to hear the first part of yesterday's VOD. I sounded kind of wooden and stuff. I didn't really like the recordings I did. What I'm going to probably end up doing is just simply re-recording the scripts that I actually read. I'll wind up recording those separately just because I mean, before you guys came on and stuff, I don't know, it just didn't sound right. So I'll probably wind up kind of going back and doing those over just, well, because I can. So I guess those were just warm-ups. Yeah, warm-ups. That's right. All the stuff afterwards and everything was much better. But I think at that point I was just simply that much more relaxed. So it just made it easier. And also, Zeb, I was looking at your alt, or I should say your other Tumblr. And those are some interesting looking scripts that you got there. We can't all be sevens doing something the first time. Well, I mean, okay, yeah, like I said yesterday, that was my very first time ever doing script reading. So I mean, like I said, except for those like 2 recordings or something that are already on my Twitter, you know, and maybe a 3rd one, but that was pretty much about it. Yeah, I've never really done that, and I certainly hadn't ever done anything like that on stream before. So yeah, doing it cold, doing it for the first time, that was a grand idea to do on a live stream, huh? Whatever. Vertical learning curve, what's that? Does it taste good? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I obviously can't read them here on Twitch, but I might mess around since apparently I now have a Tumblr that's just kind of sitting there. Well, but then again, I could also go ahead and post those on my Twitter too, couldn't I? And just put them all in one spot. It's not like I need an alt for the stuff that I'm doing, because I clearly say some of the stuff that I do is also not safe for work. But really, that's just me kind of like coping for not wanting to have yet another social media that I'll ignore. Yeah, you noticed that too, Lumi? A lot of scripts. I'm sorry, I misread that. That was Zeb. My bad. Yeah, they're definitely. I think, like, you know, the 3.5 hours or so is probably going to be my limit for reading length. At least long passages on paper or whatever. But but yeah, as you know, the whole thing about ASMR artists and scripts, a lot of the scripts that I saw, even in Script Challenge, you know, there were a bunch of them that just didn't kind of feel right, like just lines as opposed to kind of connecting with somebody. I think you can really kind of tell that energy, you know what I mean? Oh, really? You're gonna put all your naughty stuff on Tumblr now again, huh? Is that it? Make sure you drop me a follow. I wanna see. Wanna see. Oh, wait. Or you know what? Maybe I will put some of my naughty stuff on there because I can. Oh, see. If I bring the lewd back to Tumblr, they're respectful nothing. All bets are off. Break out the hamsters. Good point. I literally just threw it together in a hurry just so that I could, like I said, get onto Zeb's Tumblr to look at the script that that they were showing. So yeah, let's see. I think let's bring it back over to the nighttime void, which makes no sense considering the fact that, there's no day or night in a void. But that's fine. Are you kidding? Really? Sorry, I didn't actually see it originally because it was on, it doesn't always show up on, it doesn't show up on Chatterino that a message got held. So I have to actually turn slightly further to the right so I can actually see chat on the stream manager page. But come on, Toss? Why is Toss even on the list? It's like Emperor's New Groove. Why do we even have that lever? Who the hell thought to put that on there? Yes, it was the word toss. Head permitted term, toss. Yes, thank you. What the hell? I know, right? And you know what? That is exactly how I happen to like my salad. Who doesn't? And I am talking about the food. I mean, seriously, what's the alternative? You just throw all the shit in a bowl on top of each other? Come on, that makes no sense. I mean, really, what the actual hell? So whoops, wait. All right, there we go. Yeah. I mean, writing prose for NSFW. I've been stuck RPing for personal grad. Really? That's interesting. But I mean, I guess I kind of also feel you at the same time, because it's been a while since I've actually written for NSFW myself. You are holding back on us, Zeb? Is that what you mean? Especially for these free scripts that you're... Oh, okay, never mind. I just suddenly reread that. For these free scripts. Nope. Totally get it. Okay. Keeping the good stuff behind the paywall. I see how it goes. But I ain't mad at you. Yeah, I mean, I just really haven't written any kind of, regardless of whether it's RP or not. It's like I haven't really written any kind of scenarios or gone that way in a while. No, really? You're gonna slip us the goods for free? For free? I can't even do that. My voice just doesn't naturally go high. I can't even do falsetto. So for free. That was not the mic muting it. That was my throat saying, denied. People ask. That is a really good question. But yeah, you know what? It's like Zeb said. Write the stuff that you like, because there's bound to be other people that are into the same stuff you are. And hold up. Really? There are no... Okay, hold up. No. I don't get that. That does not compute. Literally every NSFW 18 plus VTuber, for example, that I have seen comes equipped with either horns, wings, bat ears, tails, or some other type of monster girl, beastkin, beast person, because it's not just like, women. But how in the heck are there not? And I mean, granted, maybe there's not many of them are writers, but still. That's actually kind of ironic if you think about it. So if all these people presenting characters as monster folk are writing all like vanilla people stuff, like for just they're writing, let's just call it human stuff. So all the monsters are writing human fiction, and meanwhile all the humans are writing monster fiction. That's actually kind of hilarious when you actually say that out loud. I mean, yeah, okay, some skill issues, some maximizing the audience. But, I mean, who doesn't like a good monster girl or monster boy, for that matter, type of doujin hentai thing? Although, if you notice, yeah, most of them are still humanoid, for the most part. Except for slime girls. It's almost like slime girls are the ones who always get the pass. Oh, you know what? That actually kind of reminds me. Once there was one time somebody had done like a little bit of a parody on that. They did like a really short comic about Superman and Lois. And so, you know, Kal-El takes off his pants and stuff, and Lois is all like, "What the hell is that?" And he's like, my penis. It's like, why has it got barbs? It's like, what? That's a typical Kryptonian penis. What's the problem? It's like, yeah, people forget the whole part about him actually being an alien, you know? Ah, Vin, you're up. Well, I'm sorry that was the first thing you woke up to. Wait, what do you mean? Is that actually your mouth? Okay, hold up. I gotta go check out your... Because I'm recalling you're actually looking a bit cuter than that, as far as Eldritch Horrors go. Which is probably the weirdest thing I've said all night. Okay, you're obviously not talking about your moth character. Because, you know, as a moth person, yeah, I'm not really getting any kind of eldritch vibe off of that. Of course, perhaps you're depicting yourself the way, like, you know, the Japanese do with Mukade. Instead of drawing, like, you know, the freaky giant centipede bit and stuff, they always tend to draw it with a little smiley face looking cute going, "Ohio!" As opposed to, like, yeah, the mini kaiju that it really is. I see. A final form. So that's okay. Because I was going to say, I mean, true. It's like if it, I suppose out of all of us, I'm probably the most palatable, considering the fact that, okay, if I were really going to be, since I'm technically formless, then, you know, it's like, at best, it's like, ooh, look, I got no legs. So, take away this, and I'm just basically kind of like a formless shape. So I guess I'm lightweight compared to, you know. Because, yeah, let me see here. Where? Dun dun dun. Why does it tell me that it's unsaved? But okay. Because otherwise, I was gonna say that you may call yourself an eldritch horror, but as far as friendly depiction goes, you know, it's like, all right. Now, I am glad that you did not go Centipede Girl on several levels, just because, sure, that would be on the unexplainable and freaky side. It depends on how it's depicted, because if you think about this, now, if you're going insectoid, that's like one thing, right? But can you imagine kind of humanoid-ish centipede? And then you kind of, you know, put those together and you get human centipede, and it's like, okay, it's starting to get the wrong visual here. Enough of that. So did Vin go back to bed? Woke up to barbed penis and went back to bed. Shh, shh, shh. It's okay. It's okay. There's nothing here. You're fine. I almost missed that earlier. Ghosts are cute. Okay, cool. I'm glad you think so. Especially cute. I have no face. Technically by design, but although I kind of feel like I need to I do want to redo it, and that was always the plan, to redo it. This was literally supposed to be a quick sketch, but kind of looking at this, I noticed I The wispy tailish part at the bottom, I feel like I need to redo the dangly bit. That's not quite what I envisioned. Well, it is, but it's smaller. This just doesn't sound like it's getting any better. It doesn't matter. There's no legs, so it's, whatever. But, yeah. Yeah. It's like I still want to add, like, the wispy tail to a part, but it's... I want it to look less like somebody holding up a balloon, I guess, is the best way to put it. But then still, like, kind of just manipulate this a little bit. This is funny because I almost never show anybody my wispy tail. And again, that's the second phrase I never thought I'd hear myself saying tonight, but whatever. Polypan, person with whom books matter much less than vibe, and well, I appreciate that. Because it's all the vibe here. It's all about the vibe. You people are all gorgeous because of the vibe. And the vibe is all that matters. Well, it's not all that matters, but it's a big part of it. A huge part. And frankly, like, your models are actually very hot and adorable as well. But see, what you don't know is I've already checked out your stream from the other day. You have a very nice voice too, by the way, Zeb. And yeah, you sound very funny, very hilarious. I'm actually looking forward to checking out your stream if I can tomorrow. Melting under your desk? Why? What time are they streaming tomorrow anyway? I should look. Because I'm pretty sure they put it up on us. They put their schedule somewhere. I like that. Yes, yes. Keep melting. Melt under the desk. Because we like seeing you as a nice warm puddle of goo. Achievement unlocked. So yes, you all have great vibes here. Which is what makes this so much fun. So you're saying we got you to squawk? We got you to squeak? I see. Hmm. Yes, what is it? Oh, that actually kind of reminds me. I wasn't really sure if I had cut off or something, because all of a sudden things seem to have gone quiet or whatever, and I thought I froze up for a minute, from earlier on. When I kind of dropped that, "Hey Zeb, ara ara." What is the deal with that anyway? Why is that such a thing? I mean, I didn't really think it was exactly that big of a deal of me saying it either. Oh cool, that makes two of us. Woohoo. Do you have a little dangly tail now? I mean, yeah, it's like I get that it means like, oh dear or oh my, depending on how people translate and everything. And yes, I have heard it some, like, especially like, the Onesan types of anime figures and anime characters with those voices and stuff. But I mean, why am I even questioning it? You're absolutely right. It's just a weeb thing. There are just some things that just sound good. Because in English, it just sounds kind of boring. If you just simply say, "Oh dear," or "Oh my," it's not the same thing as rolling off that "ara ara." It just doesn't work the same way. Have to go through your point redeems now and update them all? Oh, really? I guess at some point when I get point redeems, we'll just see how that has to go. The welcome home dialogue. Not it. You mean Tadaima or Itarashai? Or which welcome home dialogue are you referring to? I feel a little lost, and I'm intrigued. There's copy pasta? Really? Oh, that line. Like, Isn't it something like Anata wa tadaima? O kaeri nasai anata. Gohan wo taberu? O furu ni suru? Soretomo watashi? I almost mixed up Okaeri Nasai with Oyasumi Nasai. Whoops. All right. O kaeri nasai anata. Gohan wo taberu? O furu ni suru? Soretomo watashi? At this point, I just want to keep saying things that make Zeb melt. Of course, also at the same time, Lumi. You didn't think you wouldn't get your... I'm sorry, I forgot to mute. You didn't think you weren't going to get your own Ara, did you? Considering what a good girl you've been. Or being so good at being so naughty. Shh, Veen, it's okay. Hush, Veen, you're fine. Well, you know, I'm throwing them out now because I'll make them redeems later. So you're getting all the freebies. Although, what was it? Vin really liked the Yandere stuff. Which I thought was kind of interesting. So, I mean, what was it? The possessiveness? The whole... Vin, I'm not letting anybody else have you. You're mine, and I don't share. Was that it? Oh, was it? The internal screaming, huh? I can't imagine why you're screaming internally at the moment, Zeb. What's the matter? I have no clue why you'd be sitting there squirming right about now. Or is this the earworm that you were talking about, Lumi? just after a long day, relaxed, and just hearing that hoarse voice right up in your ear. Is that it? Is that the thing? And yes, I do dare say that I did, as a matter of fact. I absolutely did say that I was going to put you over my knee for being naughty. I mean, it probably helps that right up until a few moments ago, I had been a pretty decent distance away from the mic. You know, sitting up and everything. But now that we're getting settled in, and we're in that nighttime groove, I'm sorry. Go knock over some keys or something so you can be punished. You sound like a cat. As much as I love cats, they will just sit there and for their own amusement just knock shit off of a shelf or a desk and then look at you like, what you gonna do? I took the BDSM test a long while back. I haven't taken it recently though. You haven't knocked over a single thing and only stole glasses one time today? Then I think you're doing relatively well, huh? Is that it? See, this definitely feels like night mode. Night mode chilling. Or what was it? The after hours. No, after dark. That was it. The after dark stuff. Oh no, you're not derailing a darn thing. I mean, I admit to taking some responsibility for the direction of this discussion. But if you really are bent on taking responsibility, you know what to do. What was that one? Hold on, let me go find that real quick. Actually, I believe it was one of the ones that I had, one of Atramentum's scripts that I am so sad that I flubbed. Was it this one? No. Oh, come on. Dang, I don't work. There you go. Right, this one. I'm not gonna bother pulling it up. You'll probably recognize it when I start. Oh, that's right, it's daytime for you now, right then? But I hope you have a good day and have fun, Vin. Kind of, but not exactly. A little bit slightly different energy about it. You'll probably recognize it. You've been avoiding me, and I want to know why. Don't we have fun together? I know I tease you, but it's because you like it, don't you? Well, understand that you cannot enjoy me in private, then hide me from your friends. I could tell them everything. How you begged to be tied up, disciplined, teased, touched. But it's not just that, is it? You're insecure about something else. Is it the power I hold over you? How you nervously check your phone, refresh your timeline, waiting to see what I'll message you next? Oh, it's so adorable. You clearly adore me, darling. So why deny yourself my affection? Perhaps I've been too lenient with my training. You see, my dear, sculpting you into my perfect little plaything, my pet, it takes time, and my time is so precious. Which is why this chase annoys me so. Now, get over here. You absolutely melt when I touch you there. Listen to those cute little moans of yours. This time, though, you'll show me some appreciation. Now, look into my eyes and beg. I guess that probably does hit a little different at 3 a.m., huh? You'll never financially recover? What do you mean. I'm glad you think so. Didn't overperform? Yeah. I ruined Zed. You mean they're permanently a puddle of eldritch goo? Goo? Rather? Are you saying that it's my fault that they've been reduced to a puddle on the floor? Unable to move? Just a pile of quibbling? Hey, I'm glad I could help. I do my part. Now, the real interesting thing is, what's going to remind you most of it? Cool. Oh, see? Productive conversation. Thinking of all the things that have been neglected or set aside, backburnered. All the wonderful projects that you could just go ahead and come back to. I'm looking forward to seeing it. I am absolutely looking forward to seeing that. Because come on. In the right context, degen stuff is fun. Which, truthfully, is most contexts, but you know. What kind of dialogue stuff do I like hearing? That's an interesting question. You mean as far as like scripts go, or like in reading NSFW stuff in general? Because I've got a pretty broad range of tastes. I mean, I like a lot of different stuff, and truthfully, it's kind of a moving target because it depends on my mood in the moment. How dark do you like going? No, wait, what am I talking about? I forgot. You are the Yandere Master. So, see, I like this laid back, the after dark chill vibe. This is a different kind of ASMR now. It's kind of a shame that some of the stuff that I wouldn't mind reciting at the moment we can't do on Twitch, so oh well. What do I have it currently set to? Oh yeah, you know what? We are not reading at the moment, so I think I'll get rid of the reading aloud and story time tags. And yeah, I'll ditch the reading ASMR. So I don't know, maybe we'll just change this back to just chatting. What do you think? I honestly have thought about that. Except, I mean, I've thought about it, definitely. Anywhere, any of those kind of places would be cool. What do you think? So what, do you think this is still ASMR or are we just chatting? Yeah, I think okay, I'll switch it back to just chatting so that we don't get the ASMR people who want, like, you know, the whole effects things. Although, do you guys have headphones in or are you just listening on your desktops? It would help if I clicked on done. There we go. Headphones. So I'm actually just kind of curious. Because I've got the different noise cancellation on. Oh, that sucks about your downstairs neighbor. Hang on, I'm going to turn on my... I'm going to turn the monitor on. Although, wait, I forgot. Oops, no, that's not what I wanted. This is what I want. So, I mean, something I'm just kind of curious about. Okay. You guys don't hear an echo right now, right? Or do you? Cool. So it's definitely the aggregate device that causes the echo. As long as I'm just listening not to the desktop port, then this should be cool. Except for the part where listening to my voice drives me nuts. Really? glad you enjoy that. I honestly don't really notice. So, cool. But I'm not gonna say anything for a moment. And just, how does this sound? Really? Interesting. I'm gonna have to listen to the recording and check that out. Okay. So, quick trigger warning, this is a little bit of a little ASMR-ish. But tell me if you actually hear this and what that actually sounds like for you guys. Is that too much? Oh, really? It's just a microfiber cloth. Well, this at the moment is me caressing the mic with my fingers. But this, wait, what are you saying? You're saying that you like the way I say the word caress? That's interesting. This is actually the first time I've actually tried this live. I see. Good to know. You mean pins into the covers? Because I can't imagine that would work pushing it into the actual metal mesh. that's interesting. This is just straight up conduction. But you're saying that wasn't bad? Good. I wonder what this is like. And I'm just kind of whispering because I've noticed my voice is getting hard. It's getting a little harsh. I think I found the mic's sweet spot. Interesting. The irony about this is that this is the most ASMR sounding thing I've done all night. And I'm doing it after changing to just chatting. Go figure. But really, this is just me rubbing my lips across the mic and blowing into it gently. I think the noises are okay. So yeah, I get where you're coming from. I was just kind of curious about this because I've never tried it before now. So I wondered what your guys' take was on it. Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point. It's because of your guys' vibe. Because if it had been anybody else in here, I probably wouldn't be doing this. So I'm glad. And now I have to admit, having this myself now. Doing this myself for the first time. I am incredibly glad to be a VTuber right now, as opposed to the people who, well, I guess you could say the flesh tubers doing this on stream. But then again, maybe if I had a grade rack, it wouldn't matter. Well, no, I follow male ASMRists as well, so. One thing that I never did quite get was the popping noise. You know, the whole yeah, I guess it's just because it doesn't do anything for me. It's just kind of just another noise. Really? Only likes popping. I mean, everybody has their thing. See, that makes me wonder about a different kind of noise. Kind of like, okay, you know, like purring. The whole or maybe if it's actually physically touching. I don't know what that's like. But I gotta be careful. I don't want to make it sound like something else. And yeah, it is all about the vibe. Oh, did it? Hang on, let me see if I can do that again. What was that like? I'll keep that in mind, Seb. So that was a good one. I'm definitely gonna have to practice that more. It's kind of like in an awkward position. It kind of feels like the noise cancellation still kicks in. because like it goes quiet suddenly, like a deliberate drop. No? Okay. Okay. Did we lose? Did we lose Zeb? Sorry. With the monitor on, I keep kind of cutting myself off. Okay, as long as she's coasting. I'm sorry, they. See, I kind of feel like I have to do that stuff with the monitor on. Because with the monitor off, I can't tell what kind of sounds I'm making. Or good point. The beauty is I have you guys here. See, with the two of you here, though, you can tell me exactly what works and what doesn't work. As well as what you like, what you don't like. And it gives me a good idea of, well, that idea sucked. Or didn't suck. So this is just one of those post-reading streams where we're just chilling and relaxing in the vibe. Semi-ASMR. That's always good. I wonder. This is like literally a Q-tip in your ear. Oh, that's cool. Supposedly the YouTube music that I'm looking at right now is royalty free, copyright free, DMCA free, but it's kind of like the same loop, which is why I was talking about doing the I don't know if you were here, if you were actually getting dinner when I was talking about doing my own lo-fi tracks. I was going to go ahead and experiment with that at some point. Because, you know, I don't have enough ideas, right? Oh good, you were around. But yes, I definitely need something to help cover the gap while things are still in pieces. Because I still have so many moving parts to add, to work on. But I think that's the beauty of this. I'm sticking with that whole theme of making my inception part of my content. How are you holding up? I feel like I'm keeping you awake and keeping you up. Oh, good. I'm glad to hear it. Because I definitely like hanging with you guys. Same here. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I really enjoy our vibe. And Zeb, yes, that does include you, if you're still conscious under the desk. Good. You almost did fall asleep, huh? I'm glad I could help. Maybe I'll try that sometime. Maybe I will do... I don't know if I could actually do it a live thing or not, but... Or, you know, just a straight recording. But an actual 8-hour relaxation stream of just nothing but absolute chill vibe like this. Maybe not quite like this, but something that you could actually go to sleep to. Something you could relax, let go, and just let yourself drift. Drifting in the vibe. I like how that sounds. I don't know, what do you think? Again, not sure if I can pull it off yet, but you gotta have goals, right? Something to strive towards, something to look forward to. You know, the kind of thing that gets your juices flowing. That sort of deal. I'm glad you both like the idea. See, and anybody who actually, I mean, if you two like it, anybody with the same kind of vibe is gonna like it as well. Mm-hmm. Well, I suddenly realized I magically passed the 5-hour mark. Actually at 5 hours 15 minutes. So as much fun as I'm having just sitting here vibing with the two of you, as well as anybody else who's in the background, anybody lurking. I know it felt like it was just 4 hours, like what, just a scant moment ago. What happened? At some point, when you were under the desk, we had a time skip of some sort, it seems. And everything just flew by. Cause yeah, next thing you know, I glanced over and I'm like, already? Really? So yeah. Like I said, I'm having a great time vibing with you too. But we may have to go ahead and start wrapping it up so you two can get some proper sleep. Well, me as well. I'm gonna definitely have to put up some NSFW stuff somewhere. I could actually probably you'd be opposed, but you've been ASMR'd into submission. Good, good. You're in my clutches. Everything is according to plan. You know, it kind of occurred to me, if I can actually get my streaming thing working on, what do you call it? If I can get my live, or if I can get OBS to properly work inside a Discord. You know, there's always voice chat over there, where we could just go ahead and continue experimenting with the other scripts, you know? This was actually your idea from, like, what, the other day, Lemmy? Yeah. I just couldn't get my virtual camera working properly. So I need to kind of work a little bit more on that to get it to work in the Discord stream. Although I think I can at least just do a normal voice thing, which is pretty much all I need, right? Oh good, it's not just me. I was concerned. Oh hey, speaking of commercials. Shaky bastard. Yeah, that's what I don't like about YouTube on this, or using YouTube in OBS with the browser source. If it were a Windows source, my ad blocker would keep the thing from coming up. But from here, So yeah, we're gonna have to actually go ahead and do this on a Discord server sometime, on a Discord call. And then we'll be right back to the quivering puddle of goo. After Dark Discord. That sounds fun. Cool. Cool. I mean, we can probably do it on the hatchery because nobody's currently on it. But if it ever gets busy, I mean, I have a different separate Discord specifically for like me, my stream, that kind of thing that I'm setting up. Nothing really in it, but yeah, I could. Well, yeah, this is true too. I don't need to have like a separate Discord for that. At least, like I said, for the time being. If more people get on it at some point, then I might think about it. But even still, private channels are a thing anyway, so it doesn't really matter, does it? Which, Zeb, I should probably just go ahead and send you an invite too. That is, if you want. I mean, I put together this Discord as initially just for a place for Bez and I to kind of hold each other accountable for the stuff that we were, for working on our streams and everything. But the more the merrier, for one thing. But I mean, but that's kind of like what the whole theme is about, so just in case. But yeah, let me... Shoot, I didn't look. Actually, let me just check real quick. Do you have a Discord username already? Well, I'll just send it to you. I'll send it to you in a whisper right now. You're not on mobile, right? Desktop. Okay, hang on a second. Oh, I did it in the wrong spot. Hang on. There you go. You got that okay, right? Cool. Groovy. There you go. Yeah, by all means, pop on, say hi, whatever else. And like I said, I can always set up some extra voice channels, or like I said, the only people on there are pretty much the same people that we've been hanging out with anyway. So, hey. It's like I said before, I like the vibe that we've all been building. It's pretty cool. So cool. Nice. Yeah, that's exactly the point, man. Just because, well, first of all, you're saying I'm making it hard to be productive, or I mean, I guess so, considering this is all about being a relaxing vibe. I can kind of see that. What, who, me? Well, okay, let's face it. I can't do innocent, can I? And I'm good with that. But yeah, not my song, not my strong suit, not at all. No. But yeah, the whole thing is making VTuber friends. I kind of realized that the best way to make other VTuber friends was to become a VTuber. Not like I'm trying to go around and just like, make friends with, VTubers and be all parasocial or anything like that. But having people like-minded like that and stuff, just kind of getting together, that's always a lot of fun and really cool. And especially after I became a VTuber, getting to know people, other VTubers, especially like, the small stream VTubers. Of course, by comparison, pretty much everybody's bigger than I am, so that doesn't really say much, but the whole having people to kind of grow together, I mean, I guess the best way to put it, the best way for me to kind of describe it three of them, they're really like, tight friends and stuff. And part of that is because they all got started at the same, around the same time. They all kind of grew together, which is why, of course, they collab together a lot and all this other neat stuff, because of the fact that they're, I guess, in the same quote-unquote generation, so to speak. And they just got to know each other that way. And that's the kind of community, the kind of circle that I wanted to build. So, yeah, having those kind of friends. And then also all of us growing together. Because at least if you're paying attention, if you listen to Twitter likes to say that, okay, like small streamers, small VTubers in particular, just simply seem to have this chip on their shoulder. And I mean, it could be true, and I'm not going to deny that. I'm not going to deny that it's not true, but I just simply don't think it has to be that way. Why not have? And again, because if the quote-unquote big streamers, they weren't big as to begin with. They all just simply grew together, like I said earlier. And so it's like, okay, well, why not network and get to know people? You know what I mean? Get to know people, become acquaintances, become friends, and develop your own little circle. That's what the hatchery is about. That's why I actually called it the VTuber hatchery. So anybody who wants to be held more accountable and stuff, we can. And then of course everybody can hold each other accountable. Like, okay, this is what I want to accomplish, this is what I intend to do, and we can cheer each other on, we can support each other in that and all that other neat stuff. And hey, guess what? The more we get to go ahead and do stuff together, and then we ultimately start collabing together, and then next thing you know, later on down the line, the next fresh batch of VTubers will be complaining about us and our clique. All according to plan. No, just kidding. So, yeah. That is a good point. And yeah, that whole process, because I've actually been in several friendships and even, other relationships that have been very aggressive in terms of a time frame kind of thing. Like, we just started dating 3 weeks ago. Why are we talking about getting married? That kind of thing. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but only a little bit. Yeah, and I can admit I've been the overeager one, I'm sure, at one point or another. I've probably said, I love you sooner than I probably should have, and made people feel uncomfortable. I mean, it's how I felt, and I wasn't trying to put pressure on anybody else to reciprocate. It's like, hey, this is just still gonna grow. And that's just simply how I feel in the moment, whatever else. I'm not saying that that's what I'm kind of going for here. It's, I mean, the thing that, like I said, I like how we're developing the vibe that we've got going on. So that's just, it's cool, and just kind of letting it grow naturally, for one thing. Not trying to meter it, and then also not trying to rush it. So, no expectations, no nothing else. It's like, hey, we're just growing as friends here. It's all good. Yeah, you force the vibe, and then it gets messed up. I'm not trying to do that anymore. Mm-hmm. Yeah, see? I think as long as everybody's on the same page, it's all good. Cause yeah, the worst relationships I've had, friendship or otherwise, always had to do with simply different expectations and understandings on either sides. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Well, see, that's the nice thing. The After Dark vibe is all about just simply being real. Yeah, it's tough because you get labeled negative. There's, I really think that there is a maturity thing, a maturity aspect to that. And, well, you both, I think, at this point have heard me talking about, okay, you're a boomer. You're a boomer online if you have adult insurance rates. And I think that there is an aspect, there's a number, because of the fact that, well, number one, just the sheer fact that that mentality is out there, that's also probably a part of it. So, but because of that, having the different perspective, because a lot of those, just like you said just now, Lumi, because a lot of those people who don't fall into that boomer category, I think they're the ones who are driving that part of the conversation. Yeah, that's exactly it, Seb. That's exactly it. And nothing wrong with that. It's just a difference of perspective, but I've noticed that a lot of the zealousness, I think that's just really what it can be traced to. Which I also think is kind of interesting because it's actually sounding like a good part of our circle also happens to fall in the adult insurance rate category. Not everybody, and that's cool. That's perfectly cool. I'm not being exclusive to anybody. Full insurance rates club. Next step. Next step is like, the over 30 Dragon Con club. I haven't done that technically I haven't done that since last year, but that's not saying anything. It's still January. Too funny. Well, shit, I already did that in the last VOD, so. I'm kind of taking the same stance as I do with other stuff. I established a long time ago that, you know what? I'm not running for office ever. So there's a certain level of freedom to that. I mean, hell, I will say it on this darn chat right now. It's like, yes, I am a Gen Xer. See, everybody wants to talk about, like, oh, hey, bell bottoms aren't bad. Bell bottoms aren't bad. You all didn't live through the first phase. Not just bell bottoms. Plaid bell bottoms. I mean, y'all don't know the today's Zoomers and stuff. Like, you don't know bell bottoms. You know flares. You know boot cut. And while I understand and I can appreciate the appeal of a good loose cut, like, because you don't feel like, because the opposite, skinny pants, those are just as stupid. Skinny pants look good on a very, very certain subset of people. And that's still kind of debatable. Because who the hell wants to wear denim leggings? But see, I've actually gotten to the point where I just don't. I mean, I like jeans, and I wear jeans a lot. I mean, because of my build, I've always had to wear loose fit, relaxed fit. Because, yeah, I have an ass. I have an ass, and, I used to work out a hell of a lot, which also means that, I've traditionally had fairly dense muscular thighs. So it's kind of like, all right, I've straight cut never fit me well. Wait, why are we talking about this? Yeah. I mean, again, I don't mind bell bottoms. I think I ramble more the later it gets, too. Oh, for real? No. No, that is definitely an allowed word on the stream. That ain't right. We are slut positive here. Yes. Weren't we just talking about it beyond that we broke like 5 hours, maybe 10 minutes ago? At least that's what it feels like. But yeah. Trust me, the feeling is mutual. You have a good night, Louie. Go to bed. Go directly to bed. Do not pass Twitter. Yeah, I'm glad we found each other. I'm very glad we found each other. Because this is the whole community thing that I was talking about wanting to build. It's all good. And I don't know if Selene is on or if she's still listening or anything like that, but yes, Selene too. But for her, it's like, what, middle of the day or something like that? It's like 5 p.m., so I don't know if she's at school or work or whatever else, but... But yeah, I mean... Yeah, I'm very glad that you came on. So... I'm happy you're here. Nice. By the way, what are you US based? Are you like in a Like, what kind of time zone are you in? Is this like middle of the, or really, really late night, like kind of early morning kind of thing for you too, or? Good point. Okay. So you're also Eastern. I'm Central Standard. Well, I'm Central Time. So I can't always say standard because only at the moment. I'm in one of those CDT I'm in one of the, we do daylight savings too, so. So you are an hour ahead of me. And at the same time, yeah, that's one of the things that I think we can well, I don't see why we couldn't get rid of that at this point. Because I think it just kind of throws off our timing with the rest of the planet. Yeah, there's no real need for it. Although I think the really interesting thing, and I didn't completely verify this, or I don't remember if I verified it or not, but even though Benjamin Franklin was the one who came up with daylight savings, the US didn't actually implement it until the oil crisis in the early 70s, if I recall correctly. So I mean, that was actually a fairly modern adoption. Which probably makes it even harder to unadopt, I guess. But yeah, I know, right? Throw it out, keep the sleep, and just keep enjoying it. It's kind of funny. I'm like sitting here watching the timer now. It's like, okay, 5:54. So 6 more minutes and I will have made 6 hours. Which I haven't done a 6-hour stream in a little bit. So. But definitely after the 6 minutes, I am going to go rest my voice. Yeah, 6-hour ASMR just chatting. And that's really what it kind of came down to. Well, this last part, we're just chatting and everything, and although I could have kept it just straight ASMR for part of it at least. At least, but the part that, not quite the part that turned you into goo, but the part that kept you in goo. The part that almost made you unconscious goo. So, which all of this was a lot of fun. Combining some categories would be interesting. And I don't mind that though, because that's, like I said, this is meant to be that kind of a stream where you could just have me on in the background and just not only background music while you're conscious, or background noise, background sounds, but, things to fall asleep to. And that's, before I even get into the whole, any of the ASMR type trigger sounds and stuff like that. Which is interesting because in these kind of instances, this is where I appreciate my particular scuff mic setup. Because I can get the mic conduction to go ahead and do the interesting sounds. Oh yeah, I definitely want to see that. I want to see how they do that. What other kind of triggers do you like? See, I don't really have any kind of tools for this type of stuff here. Within reach, anyway. Oh, really? Interesting. Good to know. I'll have to keep that in mind for future reference. Oh, really? Soy. I'm gonna have to take a look and check her out. I mean, I definitely need to start studying more ASMR artists, just again to take note of their techniques, what they're doing, things that I could adapt and use. For me, I mainly wanted to do, because I actually come from doing more guided relaxation exercises and guided meditations, that kind of thing. That was the kind of ASMR that I had originally intended on focusing on, and I still intend to focus on that. But it doesn't hurt knowing other techniques as well. Things that I could possibly add, and again, there's no reason why I can't mix and match and combine things too. So, just the more I have in my toolbox, the more options that I have, I guess, would be the best way to put it. But anyway, what time is it right about now? It is It's already, it's like what, 339, 340. Really? I did do, so the other day I did my very first guided relaxation exercise, and it was on stream, that is. Like I said, I've done it a lot in the past, but this was actually the first one that I've done in literally years. And so it was completely unprepped, completely off the cuff, and just ad hoc, right in the moment kind of thing. I did manage to isolate it, and I put it up on my YouTube channel, so if you want to go ahead and take a look, so you don't have to kind of wade through the entire VOD to find it. It's actually currently the only thing I've put on my YouTube channel at the moment. I haven't made clips and stuff of the streams to do like highlights and everything yet. I have to kind of go through all that and do that. And plus, I mean, like all of your scripts, I also want to go ahead and isolate. I'm going to throw those on YouTube as well. Just all as separate things. And I'm going to go ahead and re-record the scripts that I did earlier. Or earlier yesterday before everybody came on. But yeah, definitely when you get a chance, give it a listen and, hey, see what you think of it, if you like it or not. But in the meantime, I am eventually going to have to get up and do some work tomorrow, like actual work for the day job-ish kind of thing. Yeah, that one you're not going to be able to listen to while you're right. That one's a straight up relaxation kind of thing. But yes, success. We have made it to 6 hours. So on that note, as much fun as I've had and am still having with you, I am gonna have to go ahead and let you go and call it a night for now. And again, I want to say how much fun it's been meeting you, Zeb. How much fun we've had vibing. And a really great time overall. I'm glad you came on. Glad you're hanging out. I'm glad you're becoming one of the peeps. So, and thanks. I appreciate that. I'm glad you enjoyed everything today. Well, the important thing is that you actually saw it. You saw it and you were able to come on and you didn't miss, well, you know, sure you didn't catch the first part, but the key thing is you came on and we did a lot more scripts, so that's all good. But okay, I'm gonna go ahead and go rest my voice and everything and probably get some sleep. I'm gonna wind up reading myself to sleep or something, which has been working pretty well. And I will talk to you, well, I was gonna say soon. It's starting to sound like false ID. You know, we'll catch you again on the next episode soon, but nope. I will see you actually probably soon, considering that you're streaming later today at some point, but yeah, exactly, you stream today. But yeah. And again, also anybody who happens, if you've made it on the VOD this far and you've made it to this point, I am impressed, amazed, and appreciative. Like, okay, hey, thanks. You know, if you're lurking in the background and just enjoying the vibe in your own way and just, you know, got us some background, or maybe you actually are unconscious, that's cool too. So again, thanks for everybody who came out to play today. It's been a whole lot of fun. Hope you enjoyed the chat. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And I will talk to you all really soon. Which, in my part, I'll be back on Saturday. So, but I'll catch you guys on your streams as well. Alright. Have a good night, morning, or day.